What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on, everybody? I ain't been on in a minute. Give me 1 second. Let me get my situated. Let me see if my man is coming on. Hold on 1 second. What up, Detro? How you doing, bro? How's everything? Waiting for Namer. Hit the link. Wanna come up? Uh, nothing really to talk about. Just I ain't do a chill stream in a while. Get my shit situated. I just got home from work. Hold on, let me show this. Got a brand new bottle. So about to get toasty. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. What you been up to, Detro? You still doing that simulators? Where are you at, Nema? Bring your butt up here. Where are you at, bro? Hold on, let me send a notification out. Hold on. Yo, Detro, let me ask you, how much did it cost for your whole rig setup put together? How much did that shit run you? I'm curious. What's up, Snowman? Hit the link. Now, hey Detro, are you just doing computer sim? Can you do Gran Turismo or Forza on that shit? Hit the link, Snowman. All right. Where you at, Namer? You said you was coming on. Let me get this fool a call. Shoot. Shoot. Let me pin this. Okay. I almost put myself in timeout. What the fuck? I didn't even start drinking yet. So how much did it run you the rig you got? Please stand by. I'm getting myself situated. All right. Where's my shit at? Fuck. Hold on. Oh, look at my boy Namer. Oh shit. What's up, bro?
Hey fam, how you been?
Oh, working crazy long hours.
Mm-hmm. I can imagine.
Yo,
Just been
man. Doing like 70 hours, been kicking my ass, man.
Yo, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
Given the title of your stream, man,
Mm-hmm.
how severe is your insomnia?
I don't have no insomnia. Because it's late night, I decided to call it that.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I get okay. I myself out of my sleeping patterns out of whack, and I'm a night owl. So
Now,
that
do you work?
no, I'm on disabilities due to my mental health issues.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because you're in where you at again?
Norway.
Do they have like melatonin?
Well, here's the thing. There's like restrictions on certain medication, so you're gonna need like a prescription on certain things like that. Why? I've never heard of melatonin though.
It's natural.
Mhm.
You could buy it at your drugstore, supermarket.
Mhm.
Um, thing like ZQuil. Do they sell ZQuil where you at?
Equil. Is that like NyQuil?
It's like NyQuil, but it's without the medication. Because the NyQuil is
Mhm.
for like if you have like a cold or flu.
Mhm.
So with the sleep aid, but it doesn't have the medicine for the illness because you're not using it for that. You're just using it to go to sleep. And it's non-addictive because they use melatonin and other
Mhm.
ingredients. So
Mhm.
it helps you with your sleep and it doesn't for the most part if you're taking medication um
No, I don't take any. I already have bad experiences
it
with
doesn't have
medication.
like a bad side effect or anything.
All right, melatonin. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna go look check out
Yeah,
the
it usually come
pharmacy
in
websites.
5 milligram, 10 milligram, and 20. And
Mhm.
if they have it, get the gummies.
Yeah. Highly unlikely, but I'll see. Let me look at. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta bring to you one of the most one of the most well-respected voices in sports commentary, straight out of Chicago by way of Macomb, Mississippi. One of the baddest Southsiders we've ever known. The soul man of sports. The man who makes it cold even when it's hot outside. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Snow.
Hey, hey.
Yo,
What's going
Snow
on,
Man, let me
gents?
ask you a question while you up here. Thank God you
Talk to
up
me.
here.
What's up?
What do you think Caitlin's going to do this season?
MVP.
Okay.
I'm going right out.
And
I'm going right out on a limb, and I'm saying it.
and what other players in the WNBA do you think going to have a breakout season?
I can tell you right now, from what I've seen, Paige Beckers will not be one of them.
Will New York repeat?
They're the front runners. They are the front runners, and they're looking good. They put up a big number tonight in Chicago.
I
Yeah,
was
New York.
watching the ESPN highlights of the Fever their first game with Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell Caitlin been doing work in the gym.
Yep.
Because
Greatest part is,
last year, she did that long season, college season, went through the tournament to the, they lost in the national championship. Then
yep.
it was right to the draft, got drafted, and their season was like it was no time for her to rest.
Exactly.
And I seen I could tell she did a lot of time in the gym, and she hit the laboratory hard too on the off season, working on her skills.
So did her teammates. You may not see it yet, but by the time, say one month from now, they should be either toward the top of the conference or at the top of the conference. Top 8 teams make the playoffs, and Indiana's going to get one of those seeds. In fact, they'll be competing for a top 3.
Now, who do you think that's going to give Caitlin a problem with MVP?
Napheesa Collier, Brianna Stewart. There's a couple other players. I can't think of them right now, but those are the main 2. What the hell am I talking? A'ja Wilson, also. A'ja Wilson, Napheesa Collier. They're going to be 2 of the 3 main players in the MVP race. Caitlin Clark being the 3rd.
Not Angel Reese?
Hell no. Hell no.
Wait.
She's
You
got
don't
it.
need
No,
Bishop
I'm
Owens
not
on that
breaking
one.
that sound out.
All right. Too late.
Too late.
By the way, I saw that flagrant foul thing. I'm like, bitch, please.
It's a common foul.
It's a common foul. She made too much of it, and then. But if you saw just what happened just prior to it, what's the name of that? What's the name? Howard.
But she pushed her out the way so she can get the rebound.
Yeah, the way she forearmed her in the back, right, like where it was like in the back of the neck, back of her neck. And then Caitlin's like, "That's not a foul," and then she went out there and just stopped it. And Angel just made a big stake about it. And I was like, but
because Angel Reese is not a good basketball player. Period.
Yeah.
So she has to find something else to lean on.
If I was Chicago, I would trade her. While she's still seen as a viable, I would trade whoever would take her.
Who would take that on though?
Whoever would take her. Whoever would take her, because they don't see that the girl cannot play basketball.
And her body looks soft. I don't see no muscle on her body. It's no definition.
She hasn't been in the gym. In my opinion, she hasn't been in the gym.
That's why she missed so many easy layups. She's not using enough power to get the ball into the rim.
Yep. She's got
she
no.
At LSU?
She's got no. Was she like this at LSU? Yeah, but she was so superior to some of the other players that she could get away with it. And most of the time, she was posting a double-double anyway.
But until in LSU, that's Mulkey, coach.
Exactly.
So she had no choice to but be in condition.
Here, since she's been in Chicago, part of this is on the administration and the leadership. They don't have a coach to get in her ass about being in the gym, about being ready, about being prepared, and about hitting free throws.
That's why Bill Laimbeer was so successful.
Yep. One of my favorite big men to play, Bill Laimbeer, out of Notre Dame.
Yeah. He was coaching WNBA got the championships.
And he laid the foundation for the Aces. Bill Laimbeer laid the foundation for the Aces, and what's her name? The coach,
Becky Hammond.
Becky Hammond, just took it. Yeah, BGS. The owner should be in her ass.
Yeah,
But look-
should be and is are two different. Are BGS? You know this, and gentlemen, you know this. They're two different things. They're being soft on her. Period. Kim Mulkey
Handling
was
it with
not.
kid gloves.
That's why she needs to go. That's why she needs to go. They need to trade her. If they want to have any chance of being successful, she got to go. She
You know
got to
who
go. She's a culture poisoner.
You know the legend in Chicago she's trying to replace?
Who?
Candace Parker.
Oh, get out of here.
Here's why. Listen, let me explain. Candace Parker only played with the Sky for 3 total seasons, but one of those seasons resulted in a championship. And the administration before then got in everybody about being prepared, about being ready. Yeah, she is a culture killer. She hasn't done a damn thing since she won her national championship in 2023. Nothing. Matter of fact, I'll go as far as to say that she's only had one good game since then, and it was a regional championship that they lost to Iowa.
But they swear we don't know their history.
Man, don't get
And
me started with
what was
some
the
people
girl? What was her name that was traded from the Aces to LA?
Kelsey Plum.
Yeah, Plum. Tom Brady fangirl.
Mm-hmm.
Now, has she did anything with the Sparks so far?
37 in her opening game.
Damn.
Yeah, she came out and balled. 37 in her opening game.
What was she shooting from the field
Gonna find that out now.
for her percentage? Gotta get those stats out so we can know.
Currently, she's averaging 26.7 points per game.
You want to put it up so I can present it? Can you share it?
Let me see if I can. Because I'm trying to. I know what to do.
Oh, in the meantime, Louis, to answer your question, I did find it. It's available over the counter.
Yeah, get the melatonin.
Any suggestions of what I should take for bowel issues?
For bowel?
Bowel issues, yeah.
Eat a lot of fruit and fiber, bro.
Yes, that's what I'm finding.
And drink a lot of water.
Been drinking a lot of water.
You know what? I
sometimes
drink
it
coffee.
may- I can explain part of this after going through cancer and everything. Sometimes when you do drink a lot of water, your bowels have to get readjusted, and your body has to get readjusted to being, to being furnished with a lot of water instead of other drinks. Because 2 things I've discovered post cancer really dry me up: caffeine and sugar. And I'm getting rid of both of them. Even if it says sugar free, don't trust it, because they're going to stick some sugar in there somewhere.
In my case, it's
Can you do
celiac.
caffeine?
He does caffeine.
No, I'm talking
I
to
don't.
you.
Oh,
Oh, you
me?
don't
Or
do
him?
caffeine. Yeah.
No,
I'm about to say,
I
'cause-
gave up caffeine. I don't mess with caffeine. I tried to use it a while back, but realized it further dehydrated me.
Do you drink coffee?
No, I gave up drinking coffee because it was like it heightens my anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
I don't drink tea, so instead what I do is I just take hot water with lemon and honey.
Okay. Do you eat fruit?
Not as much as I should,
You should eat fruit.
Mhm.
Grapes, apples is high in
Yep.
fiber.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, because you're in up there in Scandinavia.
Well,
I
I can
don't
find
like.
plenty.
Do they have a lot of rock fruit up there?
What
Like
about rock
peaches, plum, peaches,
I can find
nectarines, and
some.
all that.
I can find certain things, without any problem.
Yeah.
It'd be killing me.
Let me answer Nama's question about shooting percentage of Kelsey Plum. 45 from the field, 44 from No, check that. 44 from the field overall, 45 from 3, and 82.1 from the free throw line.
Well, she needed to get that free throw percentage up, though. She
Well,
could get to 90.
She's a career 88% free throw shooter.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, she's a career 88% free throw shooter, and we're only talking about 3 games in for Kelsey.
Yeah, she's just getting her feet in.
Mm-hmm. We're only talking about 3 games in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just like I don't know. I had a colonoscopy recently, and
Oh yeah.
initially they said like everything looked good, but when the GI sent the letter to me with the results, he said she wasn't constipated, but he said in one section I have diverticular disease.
Mm.
You talk and whew, that is no joke, especially
What
like
did your
the
diet
later-
consist of?
a lot of vegetables,
Greens? Are you eating a lot of greens?
mostly greens.
Like, are you
and-
eating salads?
Yeah, mostly.
And you still have
meat.
problems?
I eat a lot of greens. I do eat a lot of certain grains, mostly like gluten-free stuff because I have celiac.
You know, wait a minute. You know what would probably be good for you?
What?
Do you ever think about juicing? Buy a juicer?
We're buying a juicer.
Thought about that.
Because if when you juice your vegetables, your body absorbs all the stuff like more of the in your body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're buying a juicer here.
Does that also deal with the constant pains you experience?
Pains in what? When you're using the bathroom?
Not when I'm using the bathroom, just constantly pain. I don't get the urge. Instead of having the
Pain,
urge, I just
like
start feeling
pain where?
my abdomen,
Abdomen. Mm-hmm.
especially right. Just like like
You might want to see a gastrologist, bro.
I did. I had a colonoscopy last month, and they said it was like it looked normal, but they said like it looked like I got diverticular disease.
Do they sell senna leaves up by you?
I don't think. Hang on, let me look. Ooh.
Do you have access to black seed oil?
There are like health food stores I can check.
Yeah,
like
well, you
nearby
could go.
mall.
If you go to like a Muslim store, do they got Muslims up by you?
There's a store that caters to Middle Eastern, South Asians, and Southeast Asians. So yeah, I can find one.
Get some black seed oil.
Mm-hmm.
Senna leaves. You can't take it every day. Do not take it every day.
Right.
But that make you go to the bathroom. You get the leaves and you boil them in water, and you will go to the bathroom. And do y'all do stores sell sea moss up there?
Don't think so. No, I don't think so. I could ask around.
Yeah, sea moss.
Yeah.
What's got you up this day, Louis?
One, me and Bay always talk on the phone, like,
Okay.
and I've been doing like 70 hours a fucking week. We have new owners, so they've been rearranging a lot of stuff, and since they took over, the volume, the customer count has increased, and sales have increased immensely. So it's more and they're very demanding. So you have to be on your A game at all times, and being on YouTube is like a hobby, and my job is maintaining my way of life. So
Understood.
and we are the management staff, we're adjusting to how they operate, how they want the supermarkets operated. So
right.
And dealing with the constant niggatry in the hood. So
Yeah.
I was
Say no more.
yes.
Say no more.
Say no more. Whew. So they like what is so as far as management goes, I mean the new owners and everything. This new conglomerate, or you
The
guys
company
rebranded?
the company I work for
Mm-hmm.
is a co-op.
Okay.
So the co-ops, you're under one banner,
Right.
but is a bunch of owners that own stores and territories. So they
Mhm.
just bought the stores from the previous owner to add to their total corporation, and
Mm.
it's 14 stores now. The two where they were 12 now is 14, and 8 of the stores, that's including mine and our sister store that they acquired, they're in the top 10 of the entire co-op and store sales.
All right.
These people are third generation grocers.
Mhm.
They know what they're doing,
Okay.
and they're very analytical.
Okay.
They deal with like they're strong on analytics.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
All right.
they treat every store, which I respect and like a lot. So that, like, if something sells, they're gonna put it in that store, and they look at things that do not sell, they're not gonna carry it because it's taking up space.
Okay.
It's not moving off the shelf. That's money being wasted.
Mm-hmm.
The philosophy is to get it on the truck, put it on the shelf so it can get rung up.
Understood. Understood.
What's the price? What's the baby oil prices like nowadays?
Baby oil.
Shut up.
Well,
Neighbor.
we're getting a new item is Cassie's lemonade.
Only reason I'm asking that because like Louis sent me a pic that was funny as hell, and I was like, oh, okay. I had a good laugh from that meme he sent me. Appreciated that.
Oh, you like that?
It was funny. Did you hear did you read my response?
Nah, I ain't see it.
You gotta check it out. It's on WhatsApp. Check your WhatsApp. And in fact, read it out loud and when you check it out.
Wait, let me pull it up. Wait a minute, I'll pull it up. Hold on. Let's see. YouTube. I was bored, so I decided to make
That meme.
a patron
Did you do
thing.
any more Clubhouse confessions, Louis?
There's nothing really on there.
Okay.
Honestly, it's nothing worth.
Because the first few you put out had me cracking up.
It's not in there. I mean,
So they've slowed down a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, you tell them about what's her name, Kristen Karazin.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Present.
Yeah.
Let's see. Screen.
That's a nice picture, Cassie. I will say, I will admit, but like, yeah.
Yeah,
That's the picture.
Yeah. Let me see.
Saint Cassie, patron saint of gangbags and DPs. And of course, I remember responding to you on WhatsApp when I said, she will be entombed at Our Lady of Deep Throat Cemetery.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I may have a doubleheader on Saturday.
Oh, really?
Caitlin Clark and the Fever host the Champs, the New York Liberty at 1.
Okay.
And then rookie Paige Beckers goes to Atlanta at 3.
Which team is Paige Becker with?
Dallas.
Okay.
Dallas Wings. In fact,
wait, is it the Stanley Cup Finals or still
Conference Finals?
Conference Finals.
Conference Finals.
Who's in the East?
Stars lead 1-0 in the West over Edmonton. They won 6-3 last night. The Panthers beat Carolina tonight 5-0. They're up 2-0 in their series.
Oh wow. I'm a Penguin fan, so
the Florida Panthers are not playing around. After putting the Toronto Maple Leafs out of their misery. They're just going to roar to the cup.
Well, I'm just hoping the Knicks don't make the finals. So
After what I saw last night, I ain't counting on it.
I'm a Celtic fan, so fuck the Knicks.
Well, considering where I live and considering I loved watching Reggie Miller play, I'm partially a Pacer fan.
Okay.
I'm partially a Pacer fan. I'm married to a Pacer fan.
Well, Indiana
I was
didn't
tempted.
appreciate Reggie Miller. They didn't appreciate when they burnt his fucking house down and shit.
Yeah. I hated when that
What?
happened. Yeah, they did. I think his ex had a lot to do with it, I believe.
Some
That's some
Andre
sadistic
Rison
shit right
stuff.
there.
Oh, with Left Eye? Was Reggie
Yeah.
Miller dating Left Eye?
Yes.
No.
No?
What? No, that's Andre Rison who was with
That was a joke.
That was. Oh,
'Cause
that was in
No,
Atlanta.
What he meant was the type of chick.
yeah, that type of girl. Yeah,
Yeah.
and she burned his
Hold
house
on,
down.
let me look it up. Let me look up what's this woman look like. Reggie Miller's ex-wife.
Shit. These fellas never learn.
And never will.
Oh, with Clubhouse, it was something I was gonna put up, but I
Mhm.
was listed like they room I'm a member of, like 'cause
Mhm.
member rooms. They had interviewed the brick lady,
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
but she got exposed like just straight up lying, and it wasn't even worth putting up. Like I was listening to it, it was even worth putting on.
They were exposing her lie.
Yeah, she was straight up lying.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd have been the perfect show. Especially if they was calling her out on it. Is that what was going on?
No, it wasn't. The host let her talk. It was like an interview because she's writing a book.
So there's your thing right there.
Oh,
The host,
look.
let her talk. The host let her talk. There's your issue right
And
there.
everybody
Give her all the
they
rope.
just listened to her, and they were asking her questions, but they wasn't being hostile to her.
Mhm.
So
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, and it was just like her rambling. It was like how people complain they can't stand 5 minutes of what I put up. You would even last a minute.
Oh Lord. Is it that bad?
Mhm.
Given she's Somali, I would not be surprised.
It was so bad that Pink Pill called her out when said this girl is straight up lying.
Get out of here.
Pink Pill was
Pink
up
Pill
there.
called her out.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, Pink Pill got called out on Anton Daniels' show and shit.
Uh-huh.
With her bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That was like the pot calling the kettle black.
He's trying to call Cassie, say Cassie was a child. Women kill me.
Hey,
You know,
BJ, are you still here? Go ahead, Bay. My bad.
no, she was trying to say that Cassie was a child. I'm like, you chicks be hopping in and out of grown men's cars in high school. Like, stop it.
Yep.
Stop
And she admitted, where she is a girl in high school, her friend became a single mother, and they lived with her because she liked hanging around her because she liked the ratchetry, and then she ended up being a single mother. So did someone coerce her?
The ratchetry.
Yeah, she admitted it.
I love that word.
She's not too bright. Remember that time her daughter Maxie was moved into her college dorm and she filmed everything?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, she practically showed you exactly where the school was, and what room, what floor, and what room she was in.
Just just attention. It was all about her, not her daughter.
Yeah, she put her daughter in serious danger. Sergeant Willie Pete had to write her. I mean, despite them at the time going back and forth, they were still civil. He had to write her and tell her, take that video down. And she did for those very same reasons. Like, what are you doing? You have
Putting the
enemies
kid in
out here.
danger.
Yeah, you got enemies out here, and this is what you do.
Not to mention she could, this is why you don't put yourself. Yeah, this is why you don't put. This is what they say. Like you expose, like our man Mrs. Z says. The internet will expose us all. Nah, social media will expose us all.
No,
Everybody puts their business out there on
Mhm.
social media.
More like you expose yourself on social media.
You still, everybody exposes themselves,
all right.
and it's no wonder that some people just like they're like. They see you do that when they see you exposing yourself like that. Like some people have like, man, this is a lot easier to case your ass.
Well, look, there are a lot of unhinged people on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
and on whatever side you take, and especially if the person don't like the rhetoric you say, and they're not, people love to talk about emotional intelligence. Their thing is, if I don't agree with what you say, I must destroy you at all costs. And there's a lot of whack jobs out there that does that. Well, I didn't know Sergeant Willie Pete told Pink Pill to take that video down.
Yeah, that's why it disappeared. Yeah, he was talking about it. It was like his next video when that video went up, and then it went down because he had to hit her up like, girl, like you playing a dangerous game with your kid's life.
Mm-hmm.
I know Obsidian doxed her and put her information out.
Oh, that's foul. That's foul.
That's illegal. That's literally illegal.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you put yourself in danger because you do that to somebody, then that you open up that door and everybody can just like dox anybody else. Now you open yourself to get doxed.
It came back on Obsidian because Obsidian was taking he went way too overboard on Nicole Michelle.
Yeah.
And her husband, Tony Maceo, who is a bail bondsman, got his information, put out his legal name and his address in Philadelphia.
Oh boy.
Wait. Got whose information? Who got whose information?
Tony Maceo put out Obsidian's real government name and his address
in Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's why he's not on YouTube for harassment. Because that girl, she was filing all sorts of charges and cases and all that stuff against him. She went at him hard. She went at him harder than he went at her.
Yeah.
Did he ever explain why he did that?
He said because he can. And Pink Pill asked Obsidian to take it down. He said no. And it's funny because they be on the same panel sometimes on Clubhouse.
Wow.
And especially when they're in Dr. Julio's room. Yeah.
Wow. The beefs are real.
This is the internet. I mean,
and way too personal.
Oh yeah. I got someone trying to come after me. And
somebody's gonna get killed.
And he made a crucial mistake. He spoke of Jody.
Yikes.
Oh, someone in the space?
No. Not in this space.
Oh.
Not in this space.
That's
I'm just dealing with a person that won't leave me the bloody fuck alone for an answer.
Somebody
Oh.
from your past?
Yep. He wants.
Let me
Okay.
guess. A
He
Scrubs
wants
fan?
to ruin me. He wants to ruin me. He ain't gonna.
Shit.
He wants to ruin me so badly that he spread a lie about me in 2016.
Hmm. I remember. Oh yeah, that person.
Him.
Yeah.
I will not mention his name because I'll get riled up all over again. And I had a great night. I had some time with Jody. I did a great basketball game tonight, and I'm not gonna let that motherfucker ruin my night.
Yeah. By the way, I was looking up Reggie Miller's ex, his
Uh-huh.
current wife. Clearly, the man is content in his current marriage.
Yep.
That bad, huh?
But does Dr. Umar approve?
Who
Or does
cares?
he
I mean, I'm
find
sure.
out-
I'm sure. I'm
I
sure.
mean,
Shit.
or does
a
Reggie
fuck.
Miller?
No,
find
you know,
out
you know what?
that-
You know what? You know what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Even if he doesn't approve,
Who gives a flying?
even if he
No,
gives,
no.
let's say he opens his mouth, right?
No, I'm
If
just
he
saying.
starts saying,
and we get
yeah, but hear me
5,000
out. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if he approves because even if he said something about Reggie, right? Not only we have to deal with Reggie, he's gonna have to deal with big sister Cheryl. You don't want him. You want that. You don't want that smoke.
I don't listen. Dr. Umar wouldn't approve of my marriage. Who gives
Well,
a
you get
flying
10,000 lashes, Snowman.
Say again?
You get 10,000 lashes.
No, I get 10,000 kisses from Jody. Fuck whatever the fuck he's talking about.
I beg
You
your
don't want
pardon.
you don't want your eyelashes done
No.
I beg your pardon.
10,000 times.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
Shit.
Exactly. But yeah, some of the shit that we go through like on an almost daily basis is comical.
And the running gags about those things. The running joke we
Oh
have with
my
that.
Lord.
Everybody's favorite game.
And that we play every Saturday night because there's an incident that happens to us each week where I have to bust the bells out.
Uh-huh.
Well,
I'm gonna say this is right now, Snowman, which is
Mhm.
another running gag. This season can't get, but this NBA season can't get any stranger. I'm too alone to be a Ranger, and I got love for the Pacers. Pacers in 5.
I got them in 4. I changed my mind. I got them in 4. Fuck this
a
shit.
clean sweep.
I think it'll be a sweep.
Not-
if I'm
not-
wrong about
you don't even think that-
tomorrow, if the
not
Knicks
legitimate
win,
sweep?
if the Knicks win any game in this series, it has to be tomorrow night. It has to be Friday's game in MSG. Because if they lose this one heading into Memorial Day weekend in Indianapolis, it's over.
You know what? I just realized something. There's only one way where the Knicks could go all the way,
And that
and
is
you guys are gonna hate me for it because it's a movie reference. But replace the coach with Whoopi Goldberg.
oh shit.
Wait. But here's the thing. A Snowman,
Yes, sir.
do you think OKC going to take it all?
Fuck no. No.
Minnesota?
You're teasing me, right?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Well, there's my answer. You're teasing me, right? Minnesota? Really? Mm-mm.
You think
I don't care.
Indiana
I
gonna
don't
take it all?
care. I don't care. Well, it's going to be obvious that OKC makes the finals, and then Tyrese Halliburton's going to put a foot in their ass.
Mm.
As I said at the top of the playoffs on my show, when someone asked me in the chat, who's a wild card team for me, who's a wild card team to watch in these playoffs, my first choice was the Indiana Pacers.
And you know what's funny? The Knicks are the only big market team.
Yep.
left.
Yep. You know why I have the Pacers?
And
Well-
wait a minute. The Pacers are an ABA lineage team.
Yep.
The Knicks are an NBA legacy team.
Mm-hmm.
And Minnesota and OKC are expansion teams. So wow.
Yeah, and people wonder why the ratings are going through the floor.
They're going through the floor that it has. The Satan's just digging a deep hole for them to go any deeper.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking at this like, man, this can't get any lower. It got way past the floor. It's gone through the
But
basement,
The
down the
NBA
foundation.
The NBA is praying for the Knicks to make the World Championship Series. They're praying for it. You know why they're praying for it? It's Lewis. It's like Lewis said. They're the only big market team left, and almost every pundit that claims to cover the NBA wants the Knicks to at least make the finals to say, see, the Knicks are back. Give me this button here. I will answer that with a simple button because everybody wants to say the Knicks are back. All right. After some hard fought series, the Knicks are back. Well, you know what? The master teacher said it best.
Now that's some bullshit.
But see, look, I live in the New York metro area.
Mm-hmm.
Knicks fans are like Cowboy fans of the NBA.
Ain't that the truth? You are so right.
They haven't won shit in
Mhm.
forever,
Mhm.
and
Since the 70s.
And like my man KG said when I was watching one of his shorts, if they win, you're gonna have Spike Lee and all of them run their mouths for 20 freaking years. Like, oh god.
You know what? If the Knicks even get to the World Championship Series, Spike Lee, Stephen A, and all these pseudo Knicks
Fat
fans,
Joe,
Fat Joe,
Tracy
all-
Morgan,
and all these pseudo Knicks fans.
If he's not experiencing food poisoning.
Listen, Spike Lee is the only true Knick fan, and my boy YSL Jefe is a true Knick fan. Those are the only two I know.
They be at the games.
Yes.
They be at the
Yes.
game.
well,
I
I'm
can
a,
Tracy be at floor.
I can dig
I'll be
that.
having floor seats, man. I'll be having floor
I mean-
seats to watch this game.
I can dig that. I can absolutely dig that. But if they even make it to the World Championship Series, they're not going to stop flapping their gums. They're going to care less than bronze sexuals that they don't win the title. Okay?
We made it to the finals. We made it to the
Exact-
finals.
You got it.
Bron, 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 bron. That was the clapping seals.
I'm going to see if I
No,
can
for everybody
find-
else who did, I don't think Louis ever met the clapping seals.
nope.
Well, he's about to in a minute if I can find
Well,
it.
Louis, the clapping. First of all, the clapping seals. You have to understand about them is they're the United Union workers of Bron Joy Juice, since it's made of 100% organic seal milk, and
Use
Snowman
only-
still hasn't gotten their ad right. I don't know where the hell that ad is. And
I don't know
secondly,
where it is either. I have torn both of my jump drives up looking for that ad, and I can't find it.
ask Cole. Maybe Cole has it.
I hope so. I'll
Cole
ask
might
him.
have it.
I'll
And
ask
by the way, I did mention a couple of times. They do have a relationship with Tracy Morgan. See, Tracy Morgan has a male seal who's leased out to stud and everything every once in a while. That's how they keep these seals lactating.
Oh boy.
But I give Knick fans, they're very loyal.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
And
They
fanatical
are.
about their team.
Absolutely the loyal.
And I give Knick fans that credit, like, they respect and they revere their athletes,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many guys, were great? How many greats do they had coming out of, who played on in MSG and whatnot? I mean, you have
Oh,
Patrick
man.
Ewing.
but if the Knicks
John Stark.
win,
Mhm.
Brunson is a made man in New York.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He threw up 43 points in game 1 and didn't make one defensive stop when he needed to.
Somebody need to put that foot in his ass and say, "Get back on D. Get back on D."
But with Thibodeau though, as coach, Thibodeau is a defensive minded coach though. I mean,
Mhm.
Problem is, he's not a defensive-minded coach in the final few possessions. I saw it in Chicago, you saw it in Minnesota, and you're seeing it now in New York.
And he has a tendency to run his players into the ground.
Exactly, and play a very, very short rotation.
That rotation thing
Very
is just,
short very short rotation.
this
What
is
is the
why
point?
I always I
means
always
you
said
don't
that you
trust
need to
his
have
bench.
depth. That
Go ahead,
bench
Lou.
needs to have depth. You need to have a deep bench in this type of situation. Because remember, it's the playoffs. It's a game
Mhm.
of attrition. You're gonna get injuries and
Yes.
whatnot. You're
It's a
gonna have
series.
players banged up, playing hurt, playing
Yep.
injured.
It's a series of attrition. All I gotta say to Tom Thibodeau, and I've said this since his Chicago days,
You big dummy.
He is a big dummy. That's a big dummy.
dummy.
Lamont, fetch me my ashtray. And a cold one too.
I can't. I can't
Take
find.
your time. Take your time, Snowman. I mean,
I can't find the sound I'm looking for. Dag nabbit.
uh,
Wait a minute.
How many files do you got on your soundboard, Snowman?
How many sounds do I have on my soundboard?
Yeah.
I still don't have enough for all of them. I have 17 pages of sounds right now.
mhm.
Each page holds 48 sounds. Yeah, each page holds 48 sounds. And I still don't have enough for all of them because I have like another 1,000 in the tank.
And where do you get your sounds from?
I usually record them.
Okay.
Sometimes people send me things like this. And then sometimes I just go fishing and I think of different sounds, and if I find it, I record it.
Uh-huh. Some of the best sound bites come from Chris Bass.
Man, Chris is stupid. I love
did
that
it.
man.
I mean, you gotta get that. You gotta get the sound bite for it. Gotta go, gotta hold. Gotta go, gotta hold.
I have it. I just have to turn it into audio.
What in the all types of blue hell?
That's my buddy Chris.
Stupid university.
I snatched one, Louis. I snatched one from a football announcer that
For
we
real?
use for different situations. The fellow I snatched this from is Paul Allen, the voice of the Minnesota Vikings. One year, his kicker missed a short field goal in the playoffs, and Paul screamed,
Are you kidding me?
I thought that was Jim Ross.
"No, that's Paul Allen."
No.
Of course, this
You
is
got
one
Denny
of your-
Green?
Not yet. I'll have it in the morning.
What
I
about
do have
Singletary when he was the coach with the
cannot win
49ers?
with him.
Yeah.
I have to. I got to convert that one too.
Mm.
I haven't gotten there's like I said, I still have 1,000 more sounds in the tank that I got to convert. I do have.
I
this one.
remember
I did.
sending you a clip once. It was, and I thought maybe you could use the audio file for whenever you needed it. It was college football game. Referee was Ron Cherry, and he was like, personal foul,
He was
offense,
giving him
number
the business.
69. He was giving him the business.
You was giving him the business.
Yeah.
I got that one, man. I got so many sounds I need to convert, but I do have this one courtesy of Jim Mora.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs?
That's
and then,
old.
and then I got a bonus one from the master teacher.
Tell me, what is gay?
Oh, I remember that video. You start pulling out the vegetables and everything.
Right.
Let me see.
Oh, shucks. Wrong folder. I'm looking for a couple of different sounds now. Wrong folder. Where'd you go? Of course, I got my Street Fighter sounds. I'll get to that page in a minute. There we are. I know There it is. There it is.
Mm.
Well, when Namer mentioned the clapping seals, my
Mhm.
producer Cole Johnson sent me this gem.
Blonde, 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 blonde.
You gotta love it.
I'm still up.
I'm
You
still
still up?
Not for long.
Yeah, I'm getting there too. I just installed. What am I talking about? I switched out one of my monitors for a bigger one that my wife bought me.
Gesundheit.
I'm dying.
That's how I feel sometimes. That's my sentiment sometimes, especially like, you know.
Don't worry. We'll have you back on solid foods in no time.
The pain has gotten so bad. There've been times I just want to just like rip my guts open and just empty out everything.
Man, I just pray you don't have Crohn's disease.
I'm praying
Huh?
for that too.
Well, I don't. You
I
prayed
don't
on a
want
what?
it to be any. I don't want. I'm praying you don't have any kind of disease, not just
Well,
Well,
Crohn's.
they say I might have. They said, well, I had my colonoscopy last month, and you know when I got the results, they said like you know mostly constipation, but they also say I have diverticular wind section. I'm like, but you know the thing is like you know chances are I could have like IBS and Crohn's overlapping and such because I do suffer from celiac disease. Can't have
Yeah,
gluten. I don't even eat meat.
Yeah, we're
no
laying
wonder
on-
Puppy disinvited you. But
No, I gave up eating meat mostly because like you know a lot of the meat is like you know it's got pork in it and such, and pork does not sit well with me.
right. That's fine.
Secondly, I'm like you know Ethiopian Eritrean Orthodox Christians were it's a big no-no to eat pork.
Mhm.
So it's primarily medical, but second religious. But also, even though I'm not that religious, it's just gave up meat. I cannot handle dairy, so most of my shit is like I just drink rice milk, almond milk, or coconut milk. I ain't fucking with that soy. That soy will just like fuck with my mental. Ugh.
Yeah.
Taking laxatives sometimes doesn't help.
Yeah.
Ugh. Had to give myself enemas and shit just to get it out, and it's like it hurts like hell.
Mhm.
Fuck. Sound like
Oh,
you in discomfort now.
I am in discomfort right now. It's just like I don't know. I mean, the only thing like last night, I was like night before, I was like, you know, had to hit my bowels, but I don't know, something I ate didn't sit well, and I was like, you know, head first in the toilet afterwards.
Mhm.
Is there anybody you want us to beat up for you?
Nah, well, we could talk about that offline, you know.
Yeah. Well, I'm
You
gonna
know,
get.
plead the fifth.
I'm gonna get on out of here. I'm gonna get to bed because I know Jody's got to get up early tomorrow. So I will see you gentlemen later. And Louis, thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
All right.
They say, hey Lou,
Yo.
you say you know the supermarket workout's a co-op?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, just wondering about that because like, so basically people can like have a membership and you know they end up getting like benefits and such, right?
Well, you need a
Customer
couple
loyalty.
$1 million to buy in,
Oh, okay.
and it has to be approved by the other owners.
Oh, okay, that type of co-op. All right.
It's like the supermarket mafia, because like you buy in and then you're given a trade area which to sell in. So
Okay. Over here, it's a little different, you know, where I'm at because it's really
Well,
small country.
I think what you said you in Norway.
Norway, yes. You keep
That's
forgetting that.
Ahold. I think that's Royal Ahold. Ahold Delhaize operates over there.
Hang on, let me check up the name. Can you type the
Ahold
name in the back?
Ahold. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Comments. Let's see.
Because you got like you got like 2 or 3 different conglomerates. And you have, like,
God. I don't have women.
no, type it in the back chat for me.
I don't have it because I don't got my subscription with StreamYard. I don't have that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I got to get $45 to pay my subscription. That's why I got the duck up in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm struggle streaming.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's AHOLD. Ahold.
AHOLD.
Yep.
That's Dutch.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think they might have something in Norway. Major asset.
They own a ton of shit. They got stuff in America, Spain, all up in Scandinavia, all that. They got stuff everywhere.
Oh yeah, there's a store where they have like Ika.
Yeah.
Ika does not.
And you got Aldi's by you, right?
Excuse me?
Do y'all have Aldi's?
I don't think so. Let me check. But Ika is headquartered in Sweden. I don't think they have one. Do they have something? They have a.
Oh yeah.
I've been to an Ika, but that was when I went to visit folks in Sweden. But oh, hang on a second. Gotta charge my phone. Hang on. Oh yeah. But anyways, like, you know, because like we have a co-op here,
Okay.
but they bring this, but they don't call it co-op here. They call it Coop. Ugh. That mispronunciation, I can't blame them for it. Of course, I fuck with them about it lots. Like every time I have to go to electronic stores and look for cell phones, they keep mispronouncing Huawei as Huawei. And that's when I have to break out the Chinese accents, and they're like, "No, it's called Huawei. You must call it Huawei."
Oh, you know they competing with Microsoft with their operating system.
Mm-hmm. And they're not the only cell phone company that's Chinese, right? You got Plus One, they got Xiaomi.
Is Nokia still big up there?
Nokia, they rebranded. Nokia got rebranded recently, a couple years ago. They are the parent company, HMD. They just rebranded them HMD. And ironically, that's the phones I still use.
Okay.
And by the way, Nokia is Finnish.
For real?
Hang on, let me check. Yeah, it was a Finnish multinational. Finnish. Of course, you also had a company called Ericsson that was
Sony.
was taken over by Sony. They were Swedish. And was it Swedish? No, were they Swedish or German?
Well, the big dogs is Samsung,
Yes,
Apple, Huawei.
Mm-hmm.
Is Sony still in the cell phone business?
Yeah, they're still there. They're still hanging around.
Hmm.
They're still kicking it, you know. Who else is around? Motorola's still around. That was my first cell phone, a Motorola.
Oh, wait a minute. A Naima,
Mhm.
you might want to check this book out. I mean, since you got medical problems,
What's it called? African.
holistic health. It's by Dr. Layla Africa.
I look her up. Layla Africa. Delilah Africa. Okay. Holistic approach.
Hold on.
She's got a website. Okay.
He.
Oh, he. Okay. Lila or
I
Layla
heard you the
Africa.
first time you said it. I was like, he didn't say she did.
I thought she. I was sorry. The name.
You good.
Lila reminds me of the name Layla. Layla is a common Muslim name among women. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna check it out. Appreciate that, everyone. Louis. Oh, nice background, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
When was that taken?
Huh?
When was that taken? The picture.
Oh, 2000.
All right. Ah, miss those days, don't you? You get nostalgic about certain things.
What's up, Detroit?
Detroit 313, Detroit City. Hey, let me ask y'all something. What's y'all's take about the Afrikaners coming to being granted asylum in the U.S.?
Saw that a long time ago.
Long time coming.
Yeah, they're going to use them for their agricultural knowledge. What do the Afrikaners specialize in besides apartheid? Farming.
Farming. They were known for their farming. Also, they were known for also their well, agricultural science. They were very good in that, but also pharmaceuticals. I think very technical. They're also very technical, from what I understand. They were also known for their winery because South Africa
Just
is a
think
big
about
wine.
it. You want to kick out all the illegals, so you
Mhm.
bring in the Afrikaners.
Still gonna need still gonna need cheap labor for the fruit picking. Unless you can like what you call mechanize that.
Oh well, that's what they're gonna do when they get rid of Section 8
Mm-hmm.
and welfare. In order to get your benefits, you're gonna have to work.
That's great. That sounds reasonable. Unless you're unable to. Speaking of which, you'd be surprised what kind of video games I'll be playing.
Oh, what are you playing?
Well, currently, farming simulator.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I'm still playing Monster Hunter.
how was that? How you progressing on that one?
I am on the last chapter, and then after that, I could do the events and hunt all the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to finish with the storyline. But with my schedule at work,
Mm-hmm.
gaming is a luxury. So
Occasional luxury. So yeah, you have your hands
yeah,
full.
my occasion, little guilty pleasure.
Yeah, occasional guilty. Not to
But,
mention, you also got 3 monsters to deal with.
Yeah.
And family.
Yep.
Hey, fatherhood is not easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those of us who don't have kids, we got to consider ourselves fortunate, even though some of us want to have families, but given the circumstances, is it possible? And to the Password Bros, if you do, best of luck to you. Also, I remember there was a conversation I had over whatchamacalls, they were talking about, Trump's attempt to repeal the 14th Amendment regarding birthright citizenship.
Now, is that a scare tactic or is that a real thing?
That's more of a scare tactic because honestly, how do you? But even if they were to like try to like reformat or to write a reform or something like that, it'd probably be like selectively enforced. I remember y'all remember back like in 2010, like Arizona, they passed out of this law called SB 10, where officers had the power to like stop any suspect and demand that they produce proof of citizenship.
And
Which is
where's
like
this at?
this was in Arizona.
Okay.
Proof of citizenship, and like there were officers who were performing their duty like they're supposed to, but others said they would refuse because they said it was it would be it was being enforced selectively because they
Mhm.
knew who they were targeting mostly with it. And when I hear people talk about illegals, I'm like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. That shit is very selective.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. And this whole thing about birthright citizenship, I mean, first of all, that is a
it's
copy of
it's only one birth people that groups that it has birthright. I mean, if you want to get technical, and they own casinos and live on reservations.
in their case, it would not be birthright. In their case, it'd be bloodline. Because when it comes to citizenship, you have two forms of citizenship. One's called birthright citizenship, called jus solis, means right of birth, and then there's jus sanguinis, right of blood, which means right of inheritance, which means you inherit your citizenship on the strength of you being ethnically from indigenous to that part of the world. All countries have some form of jus sanguinis. Jus solis, that's more of a new concept, but that's like only a handful of nations in Western Europe practice it. Australia, New Zealand, they have it, and then all countries in the Western Hemisphere, that means the entire Americas and the Caribbean,
Okay.
they recognize birthright citizenship. And when I remember having a conversation about somebody with like natural born citizenship. I'm like, what is your definition of natural born citizen? Like, for example, like I'm a Norwegian national, so if I have a child outside the country, that child is an automatic citizen through me.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Norway doesn't recognize birthright citizenship, they only recognize citizenship through inheritance, or if you're ethnically Norwegian. Like if I marry a Norwegian, if I have a child with a Norwegian woman, that child would be automatically Norwegian national. And I mean, like, and then how do you, if you try to impose inheritance citizenship, is it going to be through either parent or one specific parent? In certain countries, you can only pass it on through the paternal line. And in some cases, it could be you can inherit it through a grandparent. But hey, I'm not surprised. And going back to the Afrikaners, I get it. And them coming to the U.S., that's no surprise. Because I remember you remember a similar case. Because you remember Afrikaners are not just in South Africa; they also were in Zimbabwe,
Rhodesia.
White rule Rhodesia. Well, it's Rhodesia if you're English. But yeah, and yeah, the whites are divided to two groups in Southern Africa. You got the British ones, and then you got the
Dutch.
Dutch.
The Boers.
The Boers mean farmers. In Dutch, it means farmer. Boer.
Kill the
And
buzz.
Kill
Kill
the
the
Boer.
buzz.
What are you
Kill
hoping
the
to
Boer.
accomplish? Yeah, that song is just like, eh. I'm not cool with incitement in any way.
What?
No, I'm not cool with incitement in any way, of any form.
Inciting violence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
If you want to defend yourself, defend yourself. And if you want to have to take legal means to, if you have to take legal means to regain what was taken from you, then by all means. But just to be just like, you just running your mouth just in, just calling for some people to get harmed like that. I'm like, look, just like when I hear the term hate speech, I'm like, what are you talking about? There's there's protected speech, and then there's speech that can be, prosecuted. Hey, blur the lines, blur the lines. But yeah. Hey, babe, you're not a gamer, are you?
No, not really.
He's just
What are
gay.
your
Say what?
You're not a gamer. You're just gay.
Nah.
You don't
that's
get
not
it, gamer.
Yeah.
They got a term with gay gamers. They gamers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
You'd be surprised how many of them play COD. Oh, they
I'm
call
tired.
it COB.
I'm tired.
Call that booty.
Y'all are funny.
Not as funny as the ads we have on the shows, especially on Snowman shows. Man, 2021, 2022, we were just like, no, with 2022, actually, that's when we just went completely wild with the ads. But that was just like for comic relief and everything. But gaming, it's a luxury. Also, it's becoming a very expensive habit. Call of Duty, Call of Booty. Detroit is Call of Booty.
It's Call of Duty.
Yeah, that too.
But what are you?
Well, that's if you don't watch
what
it.
system are you? Or what system are you playing on?
Me, right now, currently on I'm still playing my old PS3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you have on that?
Let's see. Physical games, mostly it's just like soccer, UFC, WWE games. Also got Fight Night Round 4, EA Sports UFC.
I have like 200 games for my PS3.
Mm-hmm. I've also played like a few franchises like there's this PSN trilogy, this PSN franchise series of games I like to play. Like one's called Journey, which is which is really soothing, relaxing. But I also enjoy playing the Infamous trilogy.
I have that.
Mm-hmm. Have you played all three?
I have them, but I haven't played it yet.
Oh, okay.
I got all the Yakuzas.
Ooh, okay.
Battlefields,
All right.
Call of Duties.
Mm-hmm.
The Soul series.
Soul series?
Yeah. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
A Gundam game, a lot of Gundams and shoot 'em ups, Japanese shoot 'em ups.
I've got all the Tekken. I've got except for the first two, I got like nearly all the Tekken games.
I got the Tekkens, the Soul Calibers.
Soul Calibur 5 is cool.
Noir. Heavy Rain.
Oh, I remember that. My brother has that. I've seen him play that.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventures.
Heard of that.
It was based on an anime. Final Fantasies.
Never got into Final Fantasies, really.
Yeah, like I got like a ton of fucking games.
I can imagine that, Also,
Like,
I also have a PS2 and
PS5 is officially like this is my last gen. I'm buying like a console. I'm probably gonna go PC, so I'm probably I'm gonna build something like Detro has.
Mm-hmm. Detro. I'm also playing like
But that's if I have time to game.
mhm.
So
One series I remember having one game I love to play a lot is like the Infamous series.
uh-huh.
No, sorry, not Infamous. Sorry, not besides Infamous. Sorry, I mean Injustice. You ever played
Okay.
those?
Yeah.
That's by Warner Brother, and then like you got the Mortal Kombat games. Love playing those, you know. But the funny thing is, I remember this is like Injustice, Gods Among Us, or the original Injustice, as well as Injustice 2. They also have mobile games, and
Devil May Cry.
yeah, Devil May Cry. Oh, DMC, I've heard that. I've never played that, but I do have the original Prince of Persia trilogy from Ubisoft. I gotta start playing that as well. But like what I wanted to mention was like, you know, with the Injustice games is like, you know, there's a mobile version of those games. And
Okay.
you can link your console version of it with the mobile version. And anytime you log in, especially Injustice 2, when you log in daily, you just like get a lot of certain little benefits from either one. So that kind of like helps out with like when you're looking for like it's cheaper than having to always go into like loot crating and whatnot.
Okay.
You know, reduces your need for like have to always like microtransactions and such. So that's helpful. But with the first Injustice, like certain things you accomplish on the mobile version unlocks certain things on the console and vice versa. And same thing with the Mortal Kombat game. There's also a Mortal Kombat game on mobile that's connected with MK11, although it was connected also with MKX. Man, MKX is the better version, I'll tell you guys. Sorry, MK11, I don't know, something went. They just like they try to use the same approach as they did with Injustice 2. I'm like, nah, keep them separate. But hey, doesn't make any sense. Devil May Cry. When was the first
Hold
time you
on,
ever
I'll be
played
right back.
DMC?
Hold on. Oh, gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Light a match.
Yeah, I hope everything come out okay.
All right, fellas, I'm crashing out.
All right.
Catch y'all later.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
All right. You two get some sleep, man. I'm just gonna chop it up with everybody in the chat in the meantime. I'm sure everybody's got questions. To Detro, no, you spelled his name right. And no, I haven't checked it what I'm allergic to. Detroit, let me ask you something. You play first person shooters on a PC? If so, which one would you go for? I mean, there's like if you wanted to play like one of the OG first person shooter games, and there's no wrong answer, would you play Duke Nukem, Wolfenstein, or Doom? Oh, not on PC?
Oh, I'm back.
Everything all
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I had to take a leak. Whew.
Okay. Hey, at least you got a healthy bladder.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah, but
I'm on PlayStation, all right. Yeah, I just want.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
You go ahead.
it's gonna be my last fucking generation. I really think it's going to be a video game crash. Honestly,
Yeah, just like in '83,
yeah.
83,
and you know what's
85.
funny?
Remember?
Nintendo saved the video game industry, and they're about to cause the next video game crash with their fuckery.
How bad would this crash be? You think?
Okay, I'll put it like this:
Mm-hmm.
you have inflation going on.
Right?
Hundreds of thousands of people are losing their jobs. You got
Yeah.
you got automation, AI
Mm-hmm.
taking jobs,
Mm-hmm.
and who is the number one consumer? Who's the primary consumer of video games?
Gen Xers, millennials, and
No.
oh,
Who do video games mainly cater to?
kids and teenagers.
All right. Do kids have money to buy video games? Who buy them?
The parents.
Uh-huh. Now, if it's keeping a roof over the head, the American and Europe and European market is the one that sustains the video game market. You're absolutely right, Detroit. But if I'm a parent, right,
Mm-hmm.
and I got to pay my mortgage or my rent, insurance, food on the table, because what Nintendo did now is they gave they're charging $80 for their games,
Are they out of their fucking minds?
and
As
they're
if it's
going to
not enough
have
that people.
and they're
Mhm.
leaving it up to the publishers to determine the price. So I could guarantee you when Grand Theft Auto 6 come out, that's going to be $100 game.
The base game, at
Yep,
least.
the base. So if it's buying $100 game or putting food on the table, what am I going to buy?
You're gonna do the food, put the food on the table.
The PS5 when it came out was $599. Do you think in today's climate that a parent can afford that?
Absolutely not.
It's going to be hardcore gamers that will buy it, but nowadays, like now you have actually charged, on a version, because and with all the these transactions and all that shit that's in there,
Microtransactions that you just
like
basically bleeding them
$5
dry.
for an outfit and all that shit. So the only thing that's really thriving is the mobile market, the mobile game market.
Mm-hmm. And they have microtransactions in that as well. And they charge and you'd be surprised with all the mobile games.
And because of this backlash, and now is a big turn towards retro gaming,
mm-hmm.
people are charging an arm and a leg now for PS3, PS2, Xbox 360 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like honestly, I could make a killing if I sell my games, my old games, if I wanted to.
I'm sure you would. Not to mention how many people also
That's
I mean,
true, Detroit.
yeah. Hardcore gamers that are millionaires and billionaires, they got no problems. Also, the microtransactions, the battle passes that people are buying. However, I don't know if if you're aware about this. I remember there was a gaming buddy I have. Somebody on my friends list mentioned this, and this guy's in Belgium. He told me that they outlawed microtransactions in Belgium
Yeah, because
as
of
they did in the
EA.
Netherlands.
Because
Yeah.
EA, they greedy fucking asses.
EA and 2K. In fact, if you went to a GameStop or Game Store and a kid wanted to get one of those EA cards, they'd be told no, you can't have those. Those are not available. In Brazil, they were talking about banning it, but no, that came to nothing. And one of my boys in Brazil explained that. One of my friends in Brazil explained that to me, and he wasn't surprised because he understands the level of corruption that was going on. Also,
Like me,
mhm,
I got a Nintendo Wii.
cool,
I got a 3DS.
cool.
I got a PS3.
Mm-hmm.
That's backwards compatible.
Old school ones? The old school fat one?
Yep. I got the Black Beauty
20 gig or 40 gig?
20.
Yeah, okay, that's the original one because you had the 20 and the 40 gig. They were backwards compatible with PS3, 2, and 1.
Yep.
All of the consoles,
got
all
a
of the versions
360.
had. Mm-hmm.
I got a 360,
Mm-hmm.
a Xbox One,
Ah,
a Xbox X, a
Series X,
PS5,
yeah.
and a PS5.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hack PSP.
Mm-hmm. What, no PS Vita?
I had a Vita, but I sold it.
Think about getting a Vita myself.
And like, if the gaming industry would shut down, I have enough games to content me. Because one, I don't have the time to play them.
Uh-huh.
But if I did have the time, I have a plethora of games to play. And plus, I got the NES Mini and the Super NES Mini.
Ooh.
The games on that.
Does Nintendo what's the online store called for Nintendo?
Nintendo
For the
Store.
Nintendo store. For the Nintendo store, do they also sell like for the Super NES Mini? Do they sell like are you allowed to download games for that?
No,
Not.
I will have to flash it and download the ROMs
Oh,
if I
okay.
wanted to.
Because I
I
know there
will
was like
put
some websites where they restore that stuff and everything.
it's the what is it called? The cranberry, I think.
No, Raspberry
Raspberry Pi.
Pi.
Yeah, the Raspberry Pi.
Mm-hmm. Man, I remember my first console was an Atari. Then I went to Super Nintendo. I'm a little lame in my choices of games, but you know.
Well, I had the ColecoVision. Well, first
Okay.
of all, I had the tabletop games,
Oh,
with the
okay.
red dot and the green dot. I had a ColecoVision. I had a
Mhm.
2600,
All right.
a 5200,
Ooh.
a NES, a Super NES, a
Mhm.
Sega Genesis, a
Did you ever,
TurboGrafx.
wait a minute? Did you ever get the Sega CD?
No, I had
Okay.
I had the Genesis.
Genesis.
I had the Sega Dreamcast. I was a Nintendo head, but the
Mhm.
Sega Dreamcast is my favorite all-time console.
Yeah. Oh, I played that once at a friend's place. I've also I also tried a friend's N64.
I had that
But
when I was in the Marine Corps.
yeah.
Came out in 1999. I had TurboGrafx. I had a Neo Geo,
Oh.
a OG Xbox. I still got my OG Xbox.
OG
Oh,
Xbox. You ever had the original PlayStation?
no, I had the PS. I never had the Xbox One, the original Xbox. I mean, the original PlayStation.
All right.
But I had the PlayStation 2.
Mhm.
But what's funny about it, right?
Mhm.
I had the PlayStation 2 because I could play all the bootleg DVDs
Right.
back in
Wait
the
a minute. Hold on a second. Could you put up okay. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard the PX in a long time.
Yeah.
No. Seriously, me. PX. I've never been to. I haven't been. Last time I was at a PX was like about 30 years ago.
Detro, when did you join the Marine Corps?
Oh, Detro's was in the Corps?
Yeah, I gotta ask him one question.
Mhm.
Detro, what year did you go in?
Only reason I know about commissaries and PX is because my dad was in USACE.
Detro, what year did you join?
Mhm.
Because this is probably going to be it's a Marine Corps thing. Detro, let me see.
He says 98 is when I went in.
Oh, okay, all right, Detro. When you went to the PX, did you buy CDs back then? Please tell me, did you buy the pink CD with the Asian lady playing the piano in the music section? Because every Marine bought that shit. I forgot her name. It's somewhere. I have it somewhere.
He says, of course.
Yeah.
He also mentions the date he enlisted. Oh,
Okay.
July 6th. Nah. He says nah. He knows what he's talking about. Never got it. Okay.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like,
Yeah.
and then all they had was country music and all that. And I forgot I have it somewhere. I have to dig this shit out. But every Marine bought that fucking CD and shit. Because the PX was like limited on the stuff they had.
Mm-hmm. Depends where you were stationed.
I got that shit in 29 Palms.
All right, he's coming up in a bit. All right. Oof. Shit. Now you got me nostalgic about something else. Do you remember AFRTS or when it was later changed to AFN?
You talking about the network?
Mm-hmm.
The Armed Forces Network? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Growing up in KSA, I still remember the radio frequency. I still remember the FN dials for all three all three stations.
I think it was something Kiko. That was something Kiko. I think so.
Was it a Japanese woman?
Yeah, she did the piano and shit.
Hold on. Kiko. Yeah, he says he's coming up in a bit. Hang on. Pianist Keiko.
But it's funny, the first CD I bought though was Capadonna.
Oh.
When I was when they had the it was in at Book on Paris Island. When we had
All right.
the like I think it was like a 6-hour leave or whatever. I bought Capadonna.
Okay. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. It's pink CD, woman on a piano.
Yeah.
Keiko Matsui.
Yeah. Wait. Write that. Wait a minute.
Let
Type
me
that
type it
in.
I'll type it in the back chat for you.
I don't have the back chat. Wait a
You
minute.
don't have the back chat? Oh, okay. I have back chat, but okay.
Wait, type
Hang
it.
on.
Let me see what happens. Pull up a pic. Yeah. Type it in the regular chat. Oh, private chat. Wait a minute. Boom.
Yeah, private chat in the back chat.
Yeah,
Private
wait a
chat.
minute. All right. See. Kiko Matsui. Images. So. I'm looking. I don't see the CD. It was pink. They had that shit at the PX, and every Marine bought that shit. Is it? Wait a minute. Deep. Is this it? Yeah, this is. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What year was this?
98. They had this shit at the
Full Moon in the Shrine, I think it was called.
let me see. Oh, it's a pink CD, Kiko Matsui. I don't see it. It's not on. Let's see.
98. You said 98, right? Or it could have been an earlier album. Could be Dreamwalk. Dreamwalk, maybe.
It was at the PX,
Yeah,
and this was
might have
in
been Dreamwalk.
but this was 99 at the
Look up the Dreamwalk album, maybe. That's the one you're looking for, maybe. It's a pink CD, right? Because, Dreamwalk was the album. It was a pink CD that came out in 96.
what you said, Dreamwalk?
Dreamwalk. Was the CD cover color pink or just the CD itself?
No, the cover was pink.
The cover was pink. It was like a picture of her, and it was like a pinkish like background. Dreamwalk.
Hold up. Now you're going to wait, hold up. Let me look at my binder. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to make me fucking look. I got my binder. Wait a minute. Let me get my binder. Where's this binder?
I'm looking at her discography, Detro. It says she didn't drop any albums in 97. She dropped one in 96 called Dreamwalk, and the other was in 98 called Full Moon and the Shrine. Although she had like one in 95 called Sapphire. That could be it. Wait, there was an EP album that came out called A Gift of Hope. Maybe that's the one he's talking about.
Hold on. Where is this binder? Hold on. It's, I'm trying to find. I got a couple of binders.
I think I know what you're talking about. Was it called A Gift of Hope? There's an EP she had called A Gift of Hope. Was it an EP or full album? The CD you're talking about.
Fuck, I hate. I'm looking through my
I see.
binder.
Yeah, but I'm doing an image search here, and I see some album covers. There's one that's her, pink. It's like she has her hands out and everything.
Um, um, I'm trying to find my CD. I got my DVD binders. I'm
Mhm.
looking for my CD binder. Hold on.
Don't lose your seat. Don't lose those things. They'll still come in handy, even though everybody's streaming. DVDs are important. Hmm. Okay.
Because Detro is right. She probably went triple platinum because of Born Marines, because there was nothing around, and because of the PX, like we had to listen to some, like for some entertainment. So you'll listen to any freaking thing.
Shit, I remember on the drive back home from school, listen to AFN, and it'd be the country countdown. So I got exposed to a lot. But if it wasn't that, it was usually we were listening to Radio Bahrain, and it was like something, and it was like some BBC programming, either some like audio comedy from back in the day. Keiko Matsui. I'm looking her up on Spotify right now.
Where is my CD binder? Oh God! Tell me I misplaced it.
That's all right.
Yeah, I
Look,
hate that.
Louis, do an image search do an image search for Gift of Hope.
Gift of hope.
Gift of Hope, Keiko Matsui. I think I know what you're talking about. A Gift of Hope.
No.
That wasn't it?
Nope.
Then it could be then it has to be then it has to be Dream Walk. Just look for Dream Walk. It has to be that one.
Oh shit! I hate that.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she went platinum, at least platinum. Louis, maybe you should cut it. Maybe we should try it for it. We'll search another day.
Yeah.
But it's most likely either Dreamwalk or must be Dreamwalk you're talking about. Anyway, back to gaming. You ever played any of the EA Street games?
No.
You never played NBA Street or NFL Street?
No, I wasn't really into the sports games.
Okay. Okay, yeah. You weren't into sports? Okay.
I was into the actions and shooters
Actions and shooters.
and racing.
Oh.
My favorite racing game is Project Gotham Racing.
All right. All right.
Of
You ever
all
played
time.
Wipeout? You ever played Wipeout?
No.
Um,
Need for Speeds and all that and shit.
Midnight Club?
Yeah.
My little brother was big on Midnight Club. I remember when he got when he got Midnight Club Tokyo, I think it was. Dub edition. Or was it Midnight? Because I remember when he got a hold of Midnight Club LA, Rockstar, they did, Rockstar messed it up, but with the online and everything.
The how many mics at the time, because it was bored as hell, it was nothing on bass, and you needed something to entertain yourself. Yeah. I'll give it 5 mics.
Detroit, I was a fan of Def Jam Fight for New York, but you can't play Fight for New York without playing Vendetta first. And I got both. Just don't play Def Jam Icon. That was some bullshit.
You know what's funny? When I stop talking about it, I'm gonna find my my CD case.
So stop thinking about it. Think about something else.
Yeah. And
That helps actually. We start thinking about something else. Then Eureka. Oh man.
Yeah, Kiko Matsui, yeah.
Keiko Matsui. That Pink album, I think it was either A Hope for Life or Dreamwalk, because she has been involved. She does a lot of charity work as well. She's donated some of the proceeds, some of her albums of CD sales to Susan G. Komen, as well as the World Food Program. She's she loves it. She's very committed to her charitable work that way. But to Detroit, NBA Street, NFL Street was cool. Hey, in my case, also FIFA Street. But Def Jam Fight for New York. Man, that was one of the dopest games in 2004. 2004 was a great year for gaming. I mean, you get to create. You think this cat get the head with the dog? Oh, my favorite intro was my favorite intro for Def Jam. One of my favorite ones from Def Jam Vendetta was Capone. Give it up for Ashy Knuckles. It was wild. But it's amazing how it was amazing how the story, if you look at the story of Vendetta and realize how that came about, yeah. No, I don't have any of the Hulk games.
Moon and Shrine.
Oh, that was the album?
Moon and Shrine. That was the album. The pink CD. The CD was pink. Moon and Shrine.
Oh, Full Moon in the Shrine.
Yeah, Full Moon in the Shrine.
Yeah, you said Moon and Shrine. So
my
that's
bad.
98. That's all right.
Yeah. That was hold Hold
Full
on.
Moon in the Shrine. I was right. I was right about that. That was in
Hey,
'98.
hey, Detro. Here it is right here. every Marine had this shit
Put up.
right
Put up.
there.
Yep, I was right earlier. Full
Full
Moon in the
Moon and
Shrine.
Shrine.
Full Moon in the Shrine. Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to that later.
Yeah.
That was good. That was a good.
Every Marine had that. Yeah,
Did any of you-
she probably went triple platinum because of the Marine Corps.
It would have been great if she was like if she was volunteered in the USO and performed for y'all.
Because they didn't have that many rap albums. I was surprised they had Capadonna.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got Trick Daddy.
All right.
I remember getting that.
Trick Daddy. All right. Me, when it comes to hip hop, my thing was mostly Bone
That
Thugs
wasn't
and
popping
Harmony.
at Camp Pendleton. They had it at 29 Palms.
29 Palms. Camp Pendleton, where's that?
San Diego.
San Diego and 29 Palms. That's
Mojave Desert.
Mojave. Ooh,
That's by Yucca Valley and all that.
Yucca Valley. All right. Yukon Valley. Okay.
1-7 was there.
Mm-hmm.
1-8.
Just north of San Diego, Joshua Tree. And I served in a different military, so this is kind of interesting and everything.
Yeah, Metal Gear.
Metal Gear Solid was dope. I remember what was it? GameFAQs was dope back in the early 2000s. I also remember Games Radar had a magazine, had an annual magazine where they had like the list of all cheat codes and everything
But what
for every
made
single game.
the Dreamcast so cool?
Mm-hmm.
The Dreamcast had the magazine, and in every issue of the magazine, it had a CD with the playable demos of all the games.
Oh.
So you would just play the fucking demos all the time.
And then maybe if you were, what was, I remember on PS3, you used to like demos were the shit. If you got to get to play the demo, then you would try it out. If it worked, then you go get the game.
Well, the publishers got hip on that. They knew they were publishing pure shit. They just rubbed their ass on a DVD and said, we're not putting out demos, just buy the game. And the game was just pure shit. You just wipe your ass on like the developers just wipe their ass on a fucking CD and just put in a case like, here you go.
And this is 6th generation consoles we're talking about, folks. 7th generation is when they did, day one.
Like, TNA Wrestling.
No, that's 7th generation with Midway.
Worst fucking game ever made.
Oh man, it wasn't even better. I mean, that Midway would go bankrupt after that, and as a result,
wait, didn't Midway do ECW wrestling?
No, that was Acclaim.
Acclaim. All right.
Here's let me get backstory. Acclaim was originally with WWE, going back to '89, with their first game on NES.
Yeah, they had the arcades.
Yeah, the arcades and everything. It was either the company itself, Acclaim, or LJN. And I remember Acclaim was also had the rights to Mortal Kombat initially. Then Midway got the whole of it. Meanwhile, as far as wrestling goes, Acclaim was with WWE.
What's up, Dre?
Hey Dre. Acclaim was with WWE from 89 up until 99. Along the way, WCW, they were with with a company called FCI. That didn't work a couple times. So then when they got with THQ in '96. And this is when wrestling back in the '90s was getting wild, especially with the Monday Night Wars and everything. And then come '99, that's when a lot of things changed. WCW parts ways with THQ, and they start working with EA Games. WWE parts ways with Acclaim because the last 3 games were shit. Warzone and Attitude, they were just shit. So WWE immediately signs with THQ. And on the N64, they put out WrestleMania 2000, and then the SmackDown games on PlayStation.
What was the NWO game that was on N64?
Oh
Was
no,
it-
you're talking about no, there were 2 games on N64, but for WCW NWO. It was one was called World Tour, and the other one was called Revenge.
I think World Tour, that was like one of the best games out there.
That was one of the best ones because the THQ was working with the engine by Aki or AKI. And then afterwards, like, when WWE got with THQ, the first game they put out was WrestleMania 2000. That was in '99, and that was on the Aki album, on the Aki engine. And then in late 2000, they put out No Mercy, which is also a great classic. It's all right.
Yeah.
On the PlayStation front, they put out SmackDown in March of 2000, and then in November, SmackDown 2 Naughty Roll, which I have both games. Still love playing those, because it was fast paced. It was simpler gameplay. Now, what happened around that time was in 2000, Acclaim, they got with ECW, and they put out 2 games in 2000. One was called Hardcore Revolution. The other was Anarchy Rules. It was just basically Attitude or Warzone. Really shitty gameplay. So it was completely trash. And then ECW gets purchased by 2001. WCW also gets purchased by ECW gets purchased like at the end of 2000. WCW gets purchased in 2001.
You ever play
Yeah.
Wrestle Kingdom?
No, I never played Wrestle Kingdom.
That was New Japan Pro Wrestling's video
New Japan.
game.
They had something good. They got Fire Pro Wrestling, of course.
Yeah.
Who was it? Like a friend of mine tried to convince me to get AEW Fight Forever, especially considering they're working with THQ. But this is not the same. This is not the same THQ because it's actually Nordic Games, but they acquired the licensing for THQ. And along the way, they also acquired certain properties. Like you ever heard of the games Darksiders?
Yeah.
Nordic Games owns it. That was a THQ series originally, and they re-released it. And they re-released the first 2 games, Darksiders and Darksiders 2. I've always thought about getting those games. I was just like kind of reluctant.
That's the fighting game, right?
Yeah, where you play one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
Yeah.
The first one was about war. Second one was about death. Then there's Wrath and Strife. Wrath was was a woman. Is female, sorry. Strife is male.
Okay.
So but Nordic Games, they're known for their own. They had a couple of games before acquiring THQ, and becoming THQ Nordic. Nordic Games had their own had a certain hack and slash game they called Vikings. No, Vikings, excuse me. Where you play a Viking warrior who dies in the battlefield, but is brought back by the gods. Interesting concept. But man, the Dreamcast, but the thing about the Dreamcast is like, I guess
Because
they came out too early.
Well,
It came out in
one,
'98.
I kind of lied, and I have to correct myself.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta display, accountability.
Of course.
I did play sports games. It was Sega Sports NFL 2K.
Okay.
That was the greatest football game ever.
All right. All right.
I loved it better, like, because I had played Madden on my friend's console. I borrowed the CD.
Mm-hmm.
Could not get into it. Sega Sports was the shit.
Do you remember when Sega, they shut down the console, the console business, and they went into just game development?
Publishing, yeah.
Yeah, publishing in
Well,
the
guess
2K
what?
series, in the NFL 2K series.
Well, what I think is going to happen
Mm-hmm.
is Microsoft, they're going to release one more console,
Mm-hmm.
and they handheld, and they're going to be strictly third party publishing. Because
Right.
technically, your PS5 is an Xbox right now.
Yeah. But here's where I'm going with this.
And Nintendo,
Mhm.
they're going to flop on this Switch 2. It's going to bite them in the ass. And I could see them in the future putting games on other consoles.
No more. So everything will just be on console or PC.
And I
The
could
next thing-
see Mario Brothers and Zelda and all that being put on PC. I could see that happening. Because think about it. If Nintendo right now
Mhm.
release Zelda Breath of the Wild or Mario Brothers on Xbox and Sony PlayStation,
Mhm.
it would sell millions.
Well, if they do, best of luck to them. But what kind of market will they be coming into?
What you
Will
mean?
this will currently we're in a recession.
Uh-huh.
How long will this recession last?
Well,
And will
but here's the thing though.
Mhm.
It's going to make the landscape of video game development change. Because it's like this. Look, right now it's only a few companies that could get away with spending billions of dollars on a budget or hundreds of million on a freaking budget to make a AAA game. There's only a few people that could do that. Rockstar does it. Look, you're going to have Grand Theft Auto 6 come out, GTA 6.
Mhm.
It's going to, if it comes out next year,
Mhm.
it's going to be on the PS5 and the Xbox X. It's going to be on the PS6 and the PS7. Because they only come out, look, Grand Theft Auto, they're going to milk this for like 12, 15 years. They're going
Just like we did with GTA 5. Okay.
Yep, they're
Yeah.
going to release a bunch of add-ons, like, because
They can make
Rockstar
money up that way.
Rockstar does treat their consumer base very well,
Mhm.
and you're probably going to get a Red Dead. Boom.
Now, if
Activision,
Rockstar would do another Midnight
Activision-
Club, that'd be great.
Activision, you're going to get your Call of Duties every year.
Of course.
1 year is going to be Modern Warfare, then Black Ops,
Mhm.
and people are going to eat it up because that's the flagship of first-person shooters.
Mhm.
I don't know what EA's budget is on Madden. You're going to get your Madden. But what's going to happen, and a lot of people like gravitated, there's a lot of good independent publishers out. Like Remnant is a good game, Remnant 1 and 2. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me pull up my app. I always forget it. It is a zombie shooter. Hold on. All right.
Left 4 Dead.
No. Oh shit, my app needed a fucking update. Motherfucker. I hate that. And I don't want to I'm too lazy to turn on my fucking TV and turn on my PlayStation. I ain't doing that. Hold on. All right.
Just update the app. I mean, I already updated my app.
Killing Floor 2. Awesome game. Capcom does what they do.
Especially with the Resident Evil series.
Yeah. Killing Floor, you know, people gonna buy the Diablo.
Diablo.
Payday was good. Deus Ex.
Deus Ex, yeah.
I'm waiting for Neo 3. You have a
I had
lot
the
of
first
good
two games. Wait a minute,
a lot.
Neo as in the samurai game?
Yeah.
Or I got two. I already downloaded the first two. It's in my library.
And also Koei Tecmo releases a lot of good games. What's up? I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. Well, one, Rockstar, they take their time with their Grand Theft Autos.
And perfect it.
They treat their audience very well with releasing content. They really don't fuck over the consumer base. And they take their time making a real good game, and their loyal fan base is fine with it. So you don't see a Grand Theft Auto coming out and it needs all these fucking major updates like a la Cyberpunk.
Ooh, that was a disaster. Even Keanu Reeves couldn't, Johnny Silverhand couldn't save that game.
Yeah.
Even when they brought in Idris Elba, I'm like,
But this is going to give the opportunity for a lot of these independent publishers, like, like I know a lot of people, they don't even buy games day one unless it's like a AAA game. They wait till the games go on sale when PlayStation, they have their flash sales, or Xbox when they have their seasonal sales, they just buy a bunch of games cheap. And that's
yeah,
what
that's the best time to buy it.
they that's when they take the risk of trying out a lot of these independent games, and they love them. So that's what this is going to give the opportunity for a lot of independent publishers to make their mark in this industry. Because honestly, you got a lot of these major publishers like EA and them that's very predatory on the gamers with all that microtransaction. They rush
Don't
out
forget 2K.
yeah, they rush out a fucking game because the shareholders need to they release it so they could put the
Be
quarterly
happy.
earnings and all that. And they release the game, and when the game is released, you got this major ass update because it was a half-ass made game. So people are getting sick and tired of it, and people are now the educated consumer. They're voting with their fucking wallets, which they should have a long time ago, and this industry wouldn't be in the predicament that it is. Really, it's us gamers that deserve everything that we get, because we give these publishers too much grace. And also a lot, and this is why they only making they constantly doing remakes, because everybody's now scared of making a brand new IP, because they spend all this money on producing the game, and the game is shit, and it can make or break a company.
Tell me about it. I mean,
Well,
also you got 2K with
with THQ. What was the one with the horse? You the warrior on the horse. What was the name of it?
That's Darksiders.
Yeah, Darksiders 1 and 2.
1 and 2
Those-
Darksiders. Those
yeah,
are
those
dope games. But
yeah.
But the company went Chapter 11, and then when Nordic Games purchased them, they also acquired the IP for Darksiders, and they were
Hello?
dope. Those are great games because
Well,
like
yeah.
mounted hack and slash, as well as 2K, you got to watch about their predatory, especially with their NBA 2K series. Although that's questionable because the thing is like the level of competition is not where it used to be. I mean, because EA they locked down through exclusivity deal with the NFL. They got Madden. EA's NHL game, that's unchallenged. 2K
FIFA.
they got now called EAFC because they lost the licensing for FIFA. But the thing is, they got the lockdown, the licensing on a lot of major leagues, and the only person that could compete with them is Konami with their eFootball. But Konami, their last game is just a PSN, and they're just just although they're better with the microtransactions, they're just focusing on this one aspect of the game called My Club, which is is like supposed to be competing with the Ultimate Team. And I'm like, that's not
And
how it
and,
works.
and, and when is Ubisoft going to come out with the Division 3?
Where they have a Division 3. How look at what happened with their Assassin's Creed game, the Assassin's Creed in Japan that they're putting out. Did that come out already? Assassin's
Yeah.
Creed with
My friend said it was a good game.
just a lot of people were upset with
Well,
it because,
I never
because
played.
the character Yasuke.
Oh man, well,
It's politically incorrect, but no,
oh,
it's historically accurate. Excuse me.
well, if anybody's going to complain, it's the Japanese.
Absolutely.
I don't want to hear white people complaining about that shit because they culturally appropriate a lot of shit. So shut
And
the fuck
Ubisoft's
up.
a French company, by the way,
Yeah.
who is looking for a buyer because apparently they're they're in financial straits. Also, you had some what was the name? Wasn't it that one company in Japan? They put out a game last year that became a big hit.
What was the game?
It's basically a female cyborg. It's hack and slash adventure. And it's like in a third person form.
Oh, I don't
Third-person view.
know. That I
It was
don't
like
know.
it was a big hit, especially when you look at it because it was a female figure and everything. And
Okay.
it was hack and slash. Because you notice a lot of the new games, because of because of that company Sweet Baby Ray. No, Sweet Baby, who had been just really torpedoing and hamstringing everybody with their image consultancy, what they what they call their consultancy, which is just them foisting the whole woke and political correctness crap in gaming. I'm like, get the hell out of here with that. 2K's also got the Borderlands games. They're still dope. That's in a way.
I got Borderlands, but I couldn't get into it.
I don't blame you.
I mean, well, a lot of the loot shooters. I mean,
One game I remember getting a hold of, and and if I still have my my PS4 was still working, I still played. It's called Mutant Football League.
okay.
It's like a zany. It's a zany version of Madden. Only it's just a lot of hijinks, a lot of shenanigans. There's violence, and certain stadiums have their own set of dangers and whatnot. And I got all the DLCs for it. And you got all the teams, but you have parody. Well, actually, it's not all the teams. You have parodies of all the teams in the NFL.
Okay.
Like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are called the Terror Bay Mutineers.
Yeah.
San Francisco 49ers are called San Francisco 40 Nightmares. The New York Jets are called the New York Threats. And then they later added one more teams. Baltimore Razors, the Brain Washington Cadavers, Miami Krakens, Nashville Lycans. And you get to kill, and you get to, you get to kill, you get to, like, and your team can be comprised of mutants, aliens, werewolves, demons. And it's a PSN game. I remember like getting and I'm a trophy hunter, by the way. I like to get to like 100% completion.
Also,
still
you're a
enjoy the
platinum
hijack.
hunter.
Yeah, I love platinum hunting. I mean, I'm almost got like on the farming simulator, the PSN game version I have. Got almost all the trophies, and that sense of accomplishment just like keeps me going. My only addiction, of course, when it comes to gaming on a PS3 or PS4 is I love when I buy certain games, I also like to buy the themes and all the avatars that go with them.
Okay.
Like one of my favorite ones was WWE 13. And every once in a while, I just change the avatars.
Okay.
Is that a bad habit? Is that a bad habit? Getting avatars and themes?
No.
people
Isn't it
just-
free? It comes free with the fucking game.
No, some of them you have to purchase. You have to purchase them. And especially like on the PS3, you've got the dynamic and the static themes. Fortunately for me, I got two accounts. I got one that's European and I got one that's US.
Okay.
And I can like get access and there's like there's certain themes and avatars that are exclusive to either market.
Well, I had an American account and a Japanese account,
Okay.
and I used to buy the Japanese PSN cards so I could buy the digital games. But then what fucking PlayStation did, they erased them off my fucking PlayStation.
One of my friends in the UK, he told me about a company called CDN, CD Keys, and you can buy PSN cards for any market.
But the thing is, certain games, they
Mhm.
don't have the licenses for the like American market, and they
Yeah.
could track where your PlayStation at.
Mhm.
So
I never had that problem because, like, for example, when I got the Infamous games, I got them through my US account on this very same console that I share with my European account. So I never had that kind of issue. I can download everything with ease and like play it like normal. But purchasing everything, originally I had to ask one of my kinfolk stateside, and not to pay, to just send them like some cash. I send them the amount equivalent to it, then they like send me like the PSN code.
if I just show you just some of the games I have in my room right now, you'd be like, "What the fuck?"
I'd be surprised. I would not be surprised actually. I'd be like, whoa.
Oh God, hold on. Fuck.
What's up? What's the matter?
Wait a minute.
Let me put. Is that the Last Guardians? Neo 2, yeah. I got the digital version of it. No DLCs like. Ah, yes. Can't see it.
Final Fantasy 15.
Okay, that's cool. You like the physical games, huh?
Yep.
I like digital. The Division. All right. Demon Souls. I remember I was introduced to that game by a friend. I can't deal with that because Oh yes. Wait a minute, Louis. Yeah. Wait. Go back. That last one. The previous one. Tekken 7 was it?
Yeah.
Oh, Tekken 7. Louis, here's the thing I remember. Yeah. Fractured but whole, the stick of truth. Ooh, all right. Bendy, never heard that one.
Oh, hold on. Shit.
There was a game called Multiverses, but they had the shit, but that was like short lived. All right, all right. You know, there was a PSN game for Tekken that came out called Tekken Revolution. You ever check that one out?
Nah.
It was short lived. A friend of mine told me, "Oh, World War Z. I've heard of that one." I remember it was a friend of mine. This was in 2013. What's that? Let me see that. What's it
Mega
called?
Man 11.
Okay, Mega Man. Yeah, I was never big on Mega Man, but okay. Okay, that's on Xbox One. All right. The Lost Judge. Oh, I remember watching a friend of mine. Like Cher played that, and we were watching it. That was cool. Can't see that one. All right.
Saint Seiya.
All right. It's a Japanese game.
Yep.
All right. You haven't unwrapped them? They're still wrapped up.
Still wrapped up.
Ugh.
Wait, hold on.
Are we in your studies?
Huh?
You got your own private office at home?
Yep.
All right, it's cool. Detroit becomes human. All right. Elden Ring. All right. Shit. Mortal Kombat 11, Aftermath. Already got that. I have the digital I have a digital version for mine because my OCD. P5. I heard this Persona 5. All right. All right. Oh, Beyond. Wait. Beyond Two Souls and Heavy Rain. Ah, good one. Good one. Good one. That is. What's that?
Monster Hunter World.
Monster Hunter. Oh, Monster Hunter World.
Hold
I don't
on.
suppose you got to find and return back to the multiverse with Back to the Multiverse by Family Guy.
Hold on.
God of War. Okay. Ragnarok. All right. Dreams. Okay. Okay. All right. Valiant. Doom. Ooh. Okay. Doom. All right. All right. I remember playing Doom, the original Doom on PC when I was younger. New Gundam Breaker. All right. Never heard of it, but
Sinmura Brothers.
oh, bro, there's like two brothers. Oh, Like a Dragon. I've seen this one. I've seen that. I've seen the trailer for that one. Wolfenstein. Ew, yeah. Oh yeah. Continuation, you know. That was a good series, Wolfenstein. Oh man.
Monster of the Iceborne. And a bunch of Call of Duty games.
Uh-huh. Shit is wild. Shit is wild. But like you said, man. In fact, I got speaking of PS4s, I need to get mine fixed. But you know, you get that fixed as soon as possible. But yeah, it's a cool. By the way, Louis, I like your avatar. It's like a
Oh,
cross
thank-
between it's like a cross between Max Payne and GTA 5.
Yeah, that is Grand Theft Auto themed.
All right.
Camera.
Looks like that's a nice pick, by the way. The background,
Oh, thank you.
USC. Wow. I remember my dad had a photo had something like this, only with the USACE, and they had the USACE flag and everything. That engineer corps, man.
Oh, let me
But
no.
oh yeah, I was wondering where I was. But yeah, gaming is a lot of fun. The only problem is like the microtransactions, like I say, and timing and time if you have. Uh, mm. But you know, it's a lot of fun, very relaxing. Although sometimes it can get pretty intense,
Yeah.
like playing NFL Street. That would get me intense. Then again, my only reason for like getting I'm not gonna lie. The main reason I got I have all three. The third one, it was a joke. The second one's my favorite. The first one, one of the main reasons I got it is because one of the cover stars on that game was Ricky Williams.
Okay.
Ricky Williams is one of my favorite running backs, but he was also my inspiration to like come to terms with my own mental health. Because I remember reading about like Sports Illustrated. I think it was in like 01, no, somewhere like 03 edition of Sports Illustrated. There was like this article they had a 3-4 page article about mental health, and he was one of the center figures in that one. And he's talking about his struggles with social anxiety and all that, and like, oh wow. Although Ricky also has, and Ricky Williams, his only appearance is on the first game, and I remember just
With the
running
Saints?
through. No, when he was with the Dolphins.
Okay.
This is after, because remember he got traded to the Dolphins like in 2000. In 2001, I think it was, yeah.
Then he started living in a tent smoking weed.
Yeah, that too. He switched to weed because like they had him taking Paxil.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I remember he had an endorsement deal with Paxil. I have taken Paxil myself. And yeah, it will fuck up with your metabolism. Fortunately for me, I was just like, it was only for like a 2-year stint I was on it. But man, it just like the side effects is just no joke. I'll tell you that much. But he said like it didn't work with his diet, especially considering he's like, he's a vegetarian. He just like stuck to smoking weed. And here's another thing I also learned about him. He is also into astrology. And he had a podcast. He had a podcast, and for each of his hosts and each of his guests, he would read out their chart. I'm thinking he and BGS need to have a podcast together. We talk about astrology and everything. And again, BGS has seen my chart. He's like, "Oh, no wonder you're fucked up." Ricky Williams would probably look at my chart like, "Damn, man, you are all kinds of fucked up. I can see why you are the way you are." And it's like, okay, that makes sense, but yeah. Of course, in my case, I can't be smoking pot. I'd be like, "Yo, let me get some brownie mix and everything." Oh, Borderlands was with dope. Oh, you love Borderlands?
I got 1 and 2 I got 1 with the 360, and I downloaded the digital onto my Xbox.
Yeah. Oh, the 360 also shut down the PlayStation, Xbox market. PS3 is the only PS3.
I'm a physical person. I don't like like what's funny. on my PS3 right
Mhm.
before they shut the market down on the PS3. They had this ultra flash sale that
That's Xbox 360 marketplace. PS3 is
no,
just a store.
the the PlayStation Store.
PlayStation Store is still working actually on the PS3.
It is.
Yeah, okay. Here's what happened. It's still open actually because remember there was a huge
I have
backlash.
a terabyte hard drive
Mhm.
that's in my PlayStation.
All right. There was a huge backlash when former CEO Jim Ryan said they were going to shut down the PS3 store, and as well as the one on the PSP and PS Vita, and there was a huge backlash about it. And so what they did was like they were going to keep the PS3 store on, but in order to add add money into your wallet, you have to do it through the PlayStation app, the PS4, or the PS Vita.
Okay.
So the
Not
Vita
the
store and the
PS5?
PlayStation 3. Huh?
You could do it through your PS5.
PS4 or the PlayStation app on your phone.
Okay.
And that way you can, and with that kind of money, you can, purchase whatever you want on the PS3 store or the PS Vita. PSP games, you can purchase it through the Vita or the PS3.
Well, I have a terabyte hard drive just full of games
Hmm.
because they were like $1.99 each. I was like, boop 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 boop.
Yeah, well, thankfully I got I got two accounts on one
I
console.
got the what's the Battlefield cop game where you're a cop?
Let me look it up.
Where you a Spanish cop? Um, I bought that. It was like $1.99. Like I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
Have you ever played True Crimes?
I have it.
PS2, True Crimes New York, and True Crimes LA?
I have it, but I ain't play it.
What about the spiritual, whatchamacallit, the spiritual successor, Sleeping Dogs?
I have Sleeping Dogs,
Mm,
but didn't play it. Like I
yeah.
said, I have enough games to last me.
Mhm.
And plus, I have a ton of games on my Xbox. Like it's, I got a stack of Xbox games I'm looking at right now. And what's funny, I've been playing my 360 games on my Xbox X.
Wow.
You there, Neymar?
I'm still here.
Oh, all right.
I'm just looking up. You said Battlefield with the cop and everything. I'm trying to look it up. There's Battlefield 3. Oh, they took it off the store here. Hang on, let me check. Let me check the app on my phone. The one where you play a cop, you said?
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah. Thank you for letting me. I got EA. I got EA Play. So what's the one we play? They must have taken it off the store because I see Battlefield 2042. There's Battlefield 4, 5, Battlefield 4, Battlefield 1. Full game. Oh, Battlefield Hardline.
Yep.
Where you play a cop Hardline. All right. Oh wait, I got EA Play, so I can get this for free. Battlefield Hardline,
Mirror's Edge.
Oh, I've heard of Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge was dope for parkour.
Chaos Code.
Chaos Code. Actually, I never heard of Chaos Code. Yeah.
Well, remember when I told you I had the Japanese account?
Uh-huh.
They took it off of my PlayStation, but then they released it in the American market.
All right.
Rocket League, Knack, Assassin's
Rocket League.
Creed Chronicles.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Wait, Assassin's Creed Chronicles. That's
Russia,
That's a P-
India, and something else.
China. That was originally a PSP trilogy. That's a PSN and trilogy that was on PS Vita. Excuse me. It's like 2.5D. It's like the 2.5D, not 3D.
Do
but
do you
2.5.
have the PlayStation app?
On my phone? Yeah.
Well, send me your in the back your gamer your gamer tag.
I think I added you. Which one you want? The US one or the Norwegian one?
Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I remember you with the Bengals logo.
Yeah. All right. You got me then, right?
I think I do have you. Hang on. I'm gonna add you on both of them. Still here. Just gotta check.
Yeah, I accepted you. And what I'm probably going to do, because I've been streaming me playing Monster Hunter, so I'm gonna start doing my other games. Oh shit! Yeah, you are a platinum trophy hunter. Yeah, I'm looking at your yeah.
And the good thing about the app is, we can, as long as you got internet connection, we can talk on the chat and stuff.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. We can talk with each other on the app, message each other on the app. But you got to keep updating the app every once in a while. Also, you can purchase things on the store through here.
You can?
Yeah. Because through the app, you have there's the gaming, there's the PlayStation Store, the shopping bag logo. That's the store on the app. You can also, if you get a PSN card, you can also add money that way. Right? Just you can add the code
Oh
there.
shit! Yeah, I see.
Yeah. I get you. I get you. Your hand. I get your hands. You got your hands full with a lot of things, so sometimes you forget. People forget how to use their apps.
Oh, they got. Let's see, Persona 3, $34. Way out. Miles Morales, 1999. Okay. Borderlands 3 is on sale.
Yeah.
Oh,
you get those monthly sales. Yeah.
It's Tom Clancy Insurgency.
Oh, the Tom Clancy games were dope, and that was Ubisoft, like Rainbow Six. And
Yeah.
Splinter Cell.
Mafia 3. Oh, they got RoboCop for $10.
Do they?
Yep.
All right.
Dead Space. That was another good game. Dead
The Dead
Space.
Space trilogy was dope. You know, there's a YouTube channel I check out called Gamers. They talk about they have these like 20 to 30-minute long documentaries. They covered the stories of certain franchises, those that were, you know, big and whatnot. Although I never got it on the PS2, I do have Destroy All, the original first two games of Destroy All Humans on PS4, and then I also got got a hold of what we call over here is called Canis Canem Edit, but that's the Latin term for dog eat dog, which is a synonym for Bully from Rockstar. If you remember Bully,
Uh-huh.
yeah, that and the Warriors, which means I gotta watch the original movie. Did you know that the movie Warriors was actually inspired by the story of the 10,000, Xenophus and the 10,000?
Yeah. Wait, hold
How they were
on.
trying to get out of Persia and try to get back to Greece.
Hold on one moment. Do I have it here?
And yeah, I don't know that I'm a trophy hunter. I love getting trophies.
It's the greatest gang movie ever made.
Which one? The
Warriors.
The Warriors? Oh yeah.
The Warriors and my greatest, well, The Warriors and King of New York is my and Bad Boys with Sean Penn is one my greatest favorite movies of all time, and Big Trouble in Little China. So
Oh, I remember Big Trouble in Little Chinatown. That was too comedic. I mean, Kurt Russell was funny, but you know, it was too comedic with everybody else. Speaking of like movies, I remember like Training Day was a good movie. But there's only one particular scene I like from that movie.
oh, let me ask you something. You
Mhm.
did you ever see the Swedish version of the girl with the dragon, the girl with the spider's web? The
I've
girl
heard
with
of the girl with the dragon tattoo. I've heard of it. I never got a chance to watch it, but I would. But I'm probably sure I can get a hold of it.
because I'm looking at that on my
Mhm. You have the American version, but you know the Swedish version was more compelling. I understand. There was also a trilogy from Denmark called Pushers. Mads Mikkelsen made his name, in that movie, in that trilogy. Yeah. That was a good movie.
and wait a minute.
Woo! Bad Boys. All right. Wait a minute. You ever watch do you remember the Bad Boys trilogy, Bad Boys franchise with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence?
Yeah,
Some of the best movies out there. Some of the best ones. But then again, everybody got the wrong impression from Bad Boys 2. You know, the whole meet Reggie scene.
yeah.
Especially when you find out Reggie in Bad Boys 3 and 4, he's a Marine. That's a bad motherfucker. Especially how he handled like all those that group of assassins who came in, who tried to come into the house and everything.
But what was the time difference from 2 to 3?
2 to 3 had to be 3-4 years at least.
See, because they got it kind of mixed up because they had Reggie as a gunnery sergeant in the Marine Corps.
No, that would probably be about, because remember, in 2 he was 15. In the second one he was 15. In this one, in the third one there he must have been at least in his mid-20s, probably pushing 30.
That was kind of inaccurate because
Because remember,
depending on your MOS, you're not going to reach E7 that quick. Detro, are you still in the room? Please tell me you're still here. Please tell me you're still here, Detro.
there's 3 people here and here. There's 3 people. Oh, forgot to give the like. Sorry about that. 9 likes, 3 people watching right
Man,
now.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, he's here.
Detro.
Mhm.
What do you get out as, Detro?
He says E6.
Staff Sergeant. What was the quickest you ever saw someone get gunnery sergeant? I only know one person that got gunnery sergeant in 10 years. But like Gunny Smallsy, he was the comm chief for Marine One.
Speaking of Marine,
Shit, I know motherfuckers that were 20 years staff sergeant. And it wasn't because there was a piece of shit Marine, it was they fucking MOS. Their cutting score was so fucking high.
MOS.
Military occupational study.
Yeah. Where I'm at, I don't know. The chain of command was a little. I don't know. I can't really say much about it. It's kind of weird, the chain of command, how we work. Because technically, I'm still like I guess a PFC, which I'm not really sure. Hang on a second.
Yo, it is a good podcast, Detro. It's called A to the B podcast. It is with Gunnery Sergeant, he's Spanish guy, and Sergeant Major Bull. Both of them got out, and all they do is bitch and moan about the Marine Corps, about how motherfuckers got fucked over.
I understand an old acquaintance of mine's in the Marine Corps. It's tough, isn't it?
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me see if it's up here. Wait a minute. I'll show you. Let's see, YouTube. Boom.
What is it? It's like one of them white, one of them black?
No, one is Spanish. See,
Huh.
A to B podcast.
One's Latino, the other's.
Do. Let's see. Present. Share screen.
Hey, Detro, do you remember the show NCIS?
They're both into real estate, but they be having
Alright.
people different things, but they be bitching and moaning about the Marine Corps.
Mm-hmm. There's a Hang on, let me find that channel. You ever checked out Chef Rush
No.
YouTube channel? Sergeant sergeant of the army, and on his channel he uses it he's about fitness, cooking. He also talks about mental health such as PTSD.
I'll be
Known
watching a lot.
worldwide.
I'll be watching a lot of Special Forces podcasts
Oh, okay.
when I have time.
Mm. Me, one thing I need to get back on because, like, I'm into streamings, right? There's two streaming services I check out when I should be more often. That's Magellan TV, and the other is Curiosity Stream. It's mostly educational stuff, and on Magellan TV, there's a show I used to watch as a kid. That's available there. It's called Ancient Warriors.
Okay. Oh,
And
is that with all the conspiracy theories and all that?
no. They explain like how certain warriors of certain time periods operated.
Okay.
Like episode 1 was like about the ancient, like a warrior from the ancient Assyrian. One was the ancient Egyptians.
Wait,
One was the samurai.
is this the one with the Egyptians or aliens and all that shit?
No. This is historical stuff. This is from the late
Oh.
80s, early 90s.
Because
By British Empire.
I be having issues with that shit.
Oh no.
No,
This is historical. This is historical stuff. Like they talk about. They use like actors for reenacting like certain combat scenes and whatnot.
Oh no, because the thing I was talking about is like they talk about every civilization, but when they get to fucking Egypt, first of all they're like, oh, the pharaohs were white, but then
Ancient aliens and shit. I guess I know what
yeah,
you're
they
talking
fucking
about.
like aliens built the pyramids and shit, but yet any European ancient civilization they talk about that shit like it ain't nothing, but when it's something in Africa, it gotta be some intergalactic spooky shit like that gets on my fucking nerves. Like seriously, like oh no, it was the Anunnaki. Get the fuck out of here.
No, the Anunnaki. That's with ancient Sumerians. But yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-huh.
But they look back in the that's part of the I mean
The
that was like
Mayans. It wasn't really.
Sumerians back in the day was fucking black. Let's be for real.
Mhm. Hey, I'm as black as they come, even though I'm not that dark. And parts of me is fading to white.
And technically Israel's on the African tectonic plate, so
Yeah.
that's Africa too.
Yeah, that East African rift tectonic plate. That's a motherfucker. I'll tell you. That's how the Red Sea was created. But when I think about things like that, I'm thinking about like first of all, the way the pyramids were aligned and everything. It was in accordance with the constellations.
Yeah.
They had some understanding of astrology.
But
Astronomy and
and
everything.
guess where they got that shit from? Because the Nile River flew up, like went up. So the Egyptians came from the Sudan.
Kemet.
Yeah, Kemet, yeah. And
My ancestors conquered Kemet.
in the fucking Dogon tribes.
No, Dogon, that's West African.
But
Dogon's West African.
but the Dogons had all of the constellations mapped out too.
Yeah. About a distant star, a dwarf star that had not been seen until recently by
But they like now like they be talking attributing like the Dogons with the intergalactic spooky shit too.
Well,
like
the Dogons,
some aliens came down. Yeah, sir. Yeah, Sirius B.
Yeah, the Dogons. Here's the thing about the Dogons. They fought To maintain that knowledge, they fought being forced to convert to Islam or Christianity. So they maintained their old religion and their old way of life. Because the knowledge they gained from that was like, if they convert to Islam, they would lose that because it would be considered heresy and whatnot. And they resisted that. And look at the way of life of the people. You'd like, oh, okay, I can see why they are what they are.
Well, a lot of Christians are like that too. So
like what they did to the Catholics, like the Spanish did to all the indigenous populations in South America and Central America.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and you can blame me. You can blame my ancestors, considering the Axumites did conquer the what was left of Kemet in the 4th century. But on Curiosity Stream, there's a
but people don't talk history though.
No, but
I
there's
mean,
on
Africa
Curiosity
was,
Stream.
look, during the end of it, Africa was conquered because other countries had better technology. Africans were using tin, and your Mediterranean countries and Arabs were using iron.
What they won't admit, however, is this: you go to the first millennia BC and the first millennia AD or CE. Historians like Herodotus said no, not Herodotus. Historians at that time would tell you there were 4 major powers at that time: the Chinese, the Sasanian Persians,
The Persians,
the Roman Empire, and then what is in modern day Eritrea, Ethiopia, the Axumites.
But the Greeks was before the Romans.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that too. Blame the dude that burnt the Library of Alexandria, and who tore down the Lighthouse of Alexandria.
Where's my book at?
I've also I've just watched documentaries about the ruins of Petra. Have you ever been to Jordan?
Wasn't that Alexander that burnt down? Alexander the Great?
No, that was no him. He burned down the Persian capital of Persepolis, apparently, supposedly by accident. What historians forget to tell you about those guys was the Macedonians were not, unlike the rest of the ancient Greeks who thought who thought the Macedonians were backwards. Unlike the ancient Greeks who watered down their wine, the Macedonians would drink their wine straight up.
Julius Caesar.
What?
I'm looking at the thing with the Library of Alexander.
The Library of Alexandria. Also, Alexandria is the headquarters of the Coptic Church in Egypt. That's their headquarters.
Oh, listen to some Ray Hagen on that.
Ray Hagen?
Yeah.
Who's Ray Hagen?
I'll show you right now. Hold on.
Why does that name sound familiar? Let me look up. Ray Hagen?
On the stand in the courtroom and today. All right?
Oh, I am.
Because I find out, brothers and sisters, that sometimes things are said that are virtually unbearable for some people. Like I said on the radio this morning, y'all remember that scene in A Few Good Men? For those who saw that movie, where Jack Nicholson was sitting on the court on the stand in the courtroom, and the man said, "I want the truth," and Jack Nicholson said, "You can't handle the truth." I found out a lot of our people can't handle the truth. They really can't. But I still got to give it. I still got to give it, you know.
Fair use.
Like surgery, you know. So if I
Okay, I get who Ray Higgins, Pastor Ray Higgins.
He used to be
Speaking
a
of
Newark. He used to be a Newark cop.
a Newark cop.
Yeah, Newark. He used to be a police officer in Newark, New Jersey.
All right. You ever cross paths with him?
No.
Right. What made him give up and become a pastor? Interesting.
Well, I mean, black people are very spiritual people. I mean,
Like your ancestors.
look, black people could out Islam more than the Arabs, and if we become
Out Christian,
Hindu,
out Jewish, out everything.
we could out Hindu the Indian.
Out Buddhist, the Chinese and the Asians.
And today, these pastors ain't nothing but modern day pimps, but we out Christian the fucking Christians. So
Hey, come to Ethiopia and Eritrea. You got some hardcore Christians there. Some of the most devout Christians, you know. I mean, my mom is that way, especially Orthodox and everything. So you can't lecture them. The Muslims over there, they're old school. They predate a lot of the other Christian communities in the rest of the world. They're like, hey, you guys can't tell us nothing.
yeah.
But from the movie A Few Good Men, one of the dopest scenes I remember was like at the beginning with the what do you call that? What do you call that unit?
Private Santiago.
No, not private. No, not PFC. Santiago. Remember the beginning of the movie in DC?
Oh, the Marine barracks.
The Marine barracks with
the silent drill team.
The drill team. Yes, the drill team with the rifles and everything.
Yeah.
The way they were coordinating everything. That was.
But technically, the Marine Corps didn't allow. They didn't they didn't support the movie. So they had to wing a lot of shit.
Was it because of the sensitivity of the storyline and everything? Because it was taking place in Guantanamo?
During that time, the Marine Corps wasn't, into they didn't realize like the propaganda that you could use to have movies promote your organization. They were very the Marine Corps is very archaic still, and a lot of times with their beliefs, all they had back then was the man climbing a cliff fighting a lava monster, or the commercial with the chessboard.
Still looking for a good. We're still looking for a good.
Few good men.
Good men.
The few, the proud.
Man, you guys had so many guys who would list. I remember, was it on Netflix one time? You saw a documentary about the Marine Corps and everything, talking about guys from recruitment all the way to all the way to everything. And the person who narrated it was Gene Hackman, who was himself a Marine. Harvey Keitel was in the Marine Corps.
We know they tell you that shit in recruiting and in boot camp. The Marine Corps, the Marine Corps is a fucking cult.
Lee Marvin was in it. He talked about how he got shot in the rear end.
Montel Williams.
Shaggy was in it. I can think of a couple of WWE.
Road Dogg.
Road Dogg was in. He's a Gulf War veteran too. Another
like,
person who's
hey,
also
no,
Shaggy was
they're like,
also
oh yeah,
served in Desert
recruiting
Storm.
duty. Hey, don't you know Montel Williams? He was a Marine.
I saw Fahrenheit. So I remember he
And
was going to do.
what's the guy from Saturday Night Live? He was a lieutenant colonel.
Which one?
I forgot his name. White guy. He was in Desert Storm. He was a lieutenant colonel, and then he ended up on Saturday Night Live. Forgot his name.
Like I said, Shaggy was in the Marine, but he was also served in Desert Storm. Another guy served in Desert Storm but was in the Army was Mystical.
Mystical was in.
Mystical was in the Army though,
Okay.
and he was stationed and he ended up being stationed in the as part of an engineering division for the Army. So he was like clearing landmines and shit. What else? Who else was in the Marine? Who was in the Armed Forces? What's his name? Adam something. You know, the actor who played Kylo Ren. He was in the Marines, but you know, if you ever watch MMA, you ever heard of the sport as a journalist Luke Thomas?
No.
Hang on a second. He's a journalist. He's like gray hair, gray beard. He mostly like covers MMA and combat sports in general.
Captain Kangaroo was a Marine.
Yeah, with Lee Marvin, everybody.
Uh,
Bullet Bob, Road Dogg's father, Bullet Bob Armstrong, was also in the Marine Corps.
no, a couple of the Armstrongs was in the Marines. Vern Gagne was in the Marine Corps.
Sergeant Slaughter played a Marine Corps drill sergeant.
Who's the baseball player for the Red Sox?
Drew Carey was a Marine Corps. Was in the Marine Red Sox.
Ted Williams.
Ted Williams. All right. Who else was in the Marines? I think Mr. Anderson was in the Marines. Ken Anderson, formerly known as Ken Kennedy, was in the Army.
Randy Orton.
Yeah, but he got discharged on a bad report. He got dishonorable discharge.
He was UA. He was UA.
UA?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Unauthorized absence.
All right. AWOL.
Yeah.
Absent without leave. Randy Moore. Oh, it was messed up. He had a USMC tattoo, but he had that covered up. He had a tribal tattoo cover that up as well.
Yeah. Every Marine get that. When they when you graduate from Superman Island, you're gonna get you a USMC tattoo. You're gonna get a bunch of Marine stickers to put all over your car. You're gonna get that big red Semper Fi Marine sticker to put on your bumper. You're gonna get the Marine Corps frame to put around your license plate. You're gonna have your whole wardrobe is gonna be Marine Corps t-shirts, hoodies, and jackets. See, the Marine Corps really doesn't have to spend money on advertisement because Marines would do that. Like when I'm at work, I see nothing but old ass Marines. They have Vietnam vet, Marine Corps, Marine veteran. Motherfuckers will let you know they're a fucking Marine and shit.
Shit. You remember the movie Major Payne?
Yeah.
He was completely Marine as hell. Everything about him. It's Major. Boy, who else? That was a good movie about the Marines. Who remembers? Was it Rules of Engagement?
Yeah. What was the shit when it was on Alcatraz?
The Rock.
Yeah, The Rock.
That was wild. The Rock was wild, especially when you had like dynamics between Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery. William Hurt was in that movie.
If they had Marine Corps underwear, well, Marines will buy that shit. But I hate to say this, I know some people that they use they green PT shorts.
Mm-hmm. I don't need to know.
Warfare. What warfare? Nah, I ain't seen. What the last movie is in a movie theater?
No, I haven't seen that one. Who remembers the show NCIS?
Yeah.
That was a spinoff from whatchamacallit, Jag. And
Is it a spinoff?
it was a spinoff from Jag, yeah.
No, is it a spiritual successor?
A little bit of both, because one of the main characters from NCIS, he made a few appearances on Jag,
Okay. All right.
and then they ended up giving him his own show.
Okay.
NCIS with Mark Hamill as Leroy Jethro Gibbs, and he was a gunnery sergeant. I remember it was like some people would look at him, just instead of calling him Special Agent Gibbs, they call
Oh
him
yeah,
Gunny.
and John Cena, the Marine.
The Marine, and then the Miz took over in that movie. They also had like Ted DiBiase play a couple, like portray the Marines in that one as well.
Yeah, because they was going to use Randy Orton, but it got a lot of backlash. Like, how could you get somebody that was UA? Like, nah. So
Somebody with a you got to use the Miz. He's more Hollywood like that. Plus, he has experience because he's been on reality shows.
now isn't he? But isn't he hosting the American Gladiators or some shit?
No.
No, it's one of them where you run the obstacle course, some shit like that. He's going to be the host, the American Ninja shit or whatever the thing.
American Ninja Warrior.
Yeah.
Or Titan Sports, maybe. I'm not sure. Because because somebody out of WWE, she came out of that. Casey Catanzaro. Man, they're bringing in people from all over just to come into the WWE. They're bringing in athletes. And some people not into it. They got all the shows.
Look, you want to hear something funny?
All right.
I waste fucking $9.99 a month on Peacock, just for the WWE.
Mm-hmm.
And the only time I look at the app, use the app, is when WrestleMania comes on.
I don't blame you. Me, thankfully for me, I had the WWE Network until last year, because now everything got shifted to Netflix, so I got access there.
Okay.
Without any extra costs, I'm good. Speaking of Netflix, I'm watching all of WWE as much as I can. But when I had the network, I was like binge watching WCW, because I just wanted to understand where they went wrong as a promotion.
Well, they didn't. They relied too heavy on all the old wrestlers. Yo, what's up, Chaos?
Hey, Chaos.
And they never pushed their young stars.
Yeah. There was like a glass ceiling for some people. There was a lot of cronyism. It was not a united locker room, from what they said, from what was been told. Well, in WWF, they realized they have to unite the locker room, all work together, and everybody was pushing everybody. Not to mention, WWE had a good relationship with ECW. Go ahead.
And they relied too heavy on TV ratings, and the matches that they gave away for free on TV, they should have put on pay-per-view.
Yeah, they messed up there. Especially because the number of bookers, they kept changing and everything. And TBS it was hemorrhaging money. They're like losing money on these guys. Like, what's the point of this program?
But that was Ted. Well, if Ted Turner would have stayed the owner, and they never would have got bought out. They like
Yeah.
it. Ted Turner just had a vendetta against Vince McMahon, and that shows like it's a perfect example like what rich people do.
Yeah.
He was just petty, so he was willing to spend millions of dollars just to get at somebody he didn't like. Rich people probably like
Yeah. Also,
petty beefing.
also like when they were trying to hire certain guys, I remember Charles Wright, who's known as the Godfather. When he was on Stone Cold's podcast, he talked about like how he almost went to WCW. And who talked him out of it was Ron Simmons. Now they're close to, and they're close in age. So, but Ron is like a big brother to him. He said, "Heard you get a deal going. Heard that somebody like you got offered a deal at WCW." He said, "Yeah." And he's like, and first of all, Ron is from Georgia.
But yeah, and look, and here's the thing: Ric
Mhm.
Flair's a racist.
Mhm.
Hulk Hogan was a racist.
You got exposed by Bubba the Love Sponge.
A lot of people, like a lot of those,
Arn
like
Anderson.
Arn Anderson wasn't racist.
Not Anderson, it's Ole.
Yeah, Ole.
He was just a douchebag about it. But like Farouk, but like Ron Simmons explained to him, was like, you from because Charles Wright, Godfather, he grew up in Vegas.
He would have
Like
fucked somebody up.
You from the north, man. I mean, I know, of course, he's traveled. He's like, he used to work in the territories in the South, but ain't nobody gave him some bullshit like that. But he was usually rolling with Undertaker because him and
Oh
Taker
yeah,
go back.
Teddy Long spoke about that shit a lot about,
Oh yeah,
especially with Ric Flair.
Ric Flair, Ole Anderson, like what happened with him and Ole one time. I remember there was like they had this. They said there was this one series they had which is like a discussion panel with cigars and everything, and they were talking about wrestling South.
But look, here's the thing: how
Mhm.
can you not be surprised?
No,
When was Hulk Hogan born?
1940s.
I think he was born in the 50s
In the 50s in Florida.
in Florida. And where's Florida at? Under the
In the
Mason-Dixon line.
south of the
What-
Mason-Dixon line.
and what was happening in the South back then?
Segregation.
Uh-huh. So you grew up with that. So when somebody says something about some old white guy or like old white lady being racist, like people are like, don't you know Desi Arnaz and Lucille Ball was racist? Of course they were.
He was a Blanco, first of all. They hated blacks in Cuba.
What was that?
Desi Arnaz.
Yeah.
He was a light-skinned Cuban.
Yeah.
Him marrying Lucille Ball, that's Mejor a la Raza.
Yeah, a lot. It's a lot of racism in the Hispanic countries because there's a class system. That's why
It's race and
you
everything.
have a lot. That's why you have a lot of these white Hispanics come over here and be racist because that's how they were in their country.
Mhm.
They treat the native like because people think Hispanics are all one. No,
No.
you're either European descent, native, or you're African descent or a mixture.
Or a combination of any, yeah. Afro Latinos get it the worst. I mean, that's why Roberto Clemente, he had it rough, Puerto Rican, everything but dark skin. Carlos Colon, when he established the World Wrestling Council in Puerto Rico, being Afro-Cuban, he's Afro Puerto Rican. That was that he's still a respected name that way.
Oh, Triple
Yeah.
H. Yeah. What was the Hispanic guy used to call Bumblebee? The Bumblebee.
The dude is to Bumblebee on Telemundo or some shit like that.
Yeah, he called the one that was Alberto Del Rio's announcer.
Oh, Ricardo Rodriguez. Ricardo Rodriguez, I remember him. Alberto Del Rio, he destroyed his career. Who else is to talk about racism? Oh, Tessa Blanchard. She's been accused of racism.
Who?
Tessa Blanchard.
Who's that?
Okay. One of the four. You remember the Four Horsemen?
Yeah.
Ric Flair. Okay. One of them. One of the members of the group was Tully Blanchard.
Okay. He's from
Now,
Texas.
Tully has a daughter named Tessa.
Okay.
Now, Tessa was Tessa was born to him, but he divorced her mother. But she remarried and married Magnum TA, and she was raised in Charlotte,
North Carolina.
She was born like in the late 80s, early 90s. And while competing in Japan, and when she became big in TNA, the allegations of her racially abusing some folks in was it somebody who was Afro-Latina or black in Japan came out, and then she was like basically considered nuclear, and then she had to stay in Mexico during COVID. She was married for a short time to a Mexican wrestler, and then when she came back to TNA, one of her first promos, the crowd was like trying to drown her out by chanting, "She's a racist, she's a racist," and like, oh, New Jack was wild. New Jack and Mustafa Saeed, those guys are wild. God rest his soul, man. New Jack.
Mustafa worked for Donald Trump.
Mustafa Saeed?
Yeah, he used to work for Donald Trump.
Doing what?
Business. Look it up. Flint, tell Michael Morris say hello.
Yeah, he's got some great docuseries. He's got some good documentaries. Seen them all. Bowling for Columbine was cool. Sicko. Forgot the last one about the economy. I haven't seen that one. That shit was
Fahrenheit.
wild. Fahrenheit 9/11. I remember watching that.
11/9.
But
Well,
like I said, Tess,
hey, Detro, you gonna be hunting some bunnies in Detroit? I mean, in Michigan.
he's gonna probably sound like Animal from the Muppets when he finds a bunny. Bunny, bunny, bunny. I have a question about SWP.
What's up?
Is he actually a Sarge?
Huh?
Did he ever serve in the military?
No, he's a doctor.
Then why does he call himself Sergeant Willie P?
That was the moniker people like. It was him because I've been listening to Sergeant Willie Pete for years. He used to have Captain Solo, and it was because he had a sergeant rank, and it was a dude that had a corporal rank. I'm trying to remember who it was because all this was in Black Manosphere 1.0.
Okay.
God, what was his name? I used to listen to them religiously.
I mean, I'm intrigued by what he says sometimes. Although sometimes I got to take everything with a huge grain of salt.
What?
And I'm on the outside looking in.
Sergeant Willie Pete got to be spitting a lot of good shit. He was spitting fire. You got to listen to his Black Fatigue videos. I'm
listening. I'm watching that as well as the
part
Black
2.
section.
He went off.
Yeah,
Black Fatigue part 2. He went the fuck off.
I'm checking that out. One clip that really caught my attention, although I got a little kind of crossed about it, was when he was talking about an FGM, female genital mutilation, and everything. The reason I got crossed about it was like, he didn't state all the facts.
Okay.
And as somebody who comes from that region where that's been practiced and such, I'm like, and I'm a big opponent of it. I don't I don't condone it. I condemn it. And my mother's generation, they went out of their way to make sure, my sister's generation didn't have to go through that shit. But I was like thinking, like some of the shit he mentioned, and he did mention like one of his boys was talking about like he's got an Eritrean girl, he's married to an Eritrean woman. He's like, well, you better ask if she's been through that shit, whatnot. I'm like, because she don't see him so sexual. I'm like, dude, do you understand that many African societies are very conservative? And you cannot look at it like it's just because of one thing only. Although those things need to be addressed, but we got to be completely. Oh, Brock and oh no, Brock and Mr. Perfect, that was a Minnesota thing. Because
Well,
Kurt
what did they say about Brock Lesnar?
he and Mr. Perfect were like, were wrestling on a plane. Because everybody's talking about the plane ride from hell.
Wait, when Brock Lesnar came out,
Mhm.
didn't Mr. Perfect already OD off of coke?
No. No.
Or was that Rick
No.
Rude? Who died first, Rick Rude or Mr. Perfect?
Rick Rude died in 2000.
Okay.
Mr. Perfect would die in 06.
All right.
That was after his second stint in WWE. By then, he would have crossed paths with
All right.
with Brock. But I think the thing was like he was on Raw. Well, this is like around the time of the brand split. No, just before the brand split. So Mr. Perfect ended up on Raw. Brock was on SmackDown. But while on the plane, because they were traveling overseas. But then again,
Yeah,
people talk about the
Rick
infamous.
Rude, he OD'd in a hotel room
Mhm.
with that booger sugar.
They say the same thing. They say that's the same thing that happened to Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, all of them was on coke. Hulk Hogan was on cocaine. Fucking
Iron Sheik.
Junkyard Dog was a big time cokehead. That's why Junkyard Dog got fired from WWE. Iron Sheik and what's the motherfucker with the 2x4?
Hacksaw. They got
Yeah,
busted.
yeah,
Hacksaw
getting an eight
was
ball.
on.
It was getting that on the New Jersey Turnpike, getting a fucking 8-ball.
Sheiky Baby was strictly cocaine, but Hacksaw Jim Duggan did not smoke cocaine. He was marijuana.
Well,
was
Sheik was on
marijuana.
that crack. He was sucking on that glass dick. So
He was freebasing, huh? Yikes.
oh yeah.
They said that what was it like Warrior claimed that like British Bulldog and Jim Neidhart was on that shit in an interview.
Jim Neidhart was on pills.
Ugh.
British Bulldog was on pills. Vicodin and all that shit.
They were all Brock and everybody. They were on Vicodin. Kurt Angle was on Percocets.
Yeah, Perk Angle.
Yeesh. Back then, they didn't know much about the thing about
Perk
pain and
Angle.
medication.
Perk Angle was the shit in TNA. That was the only reason why I used to watch TNA was because of Perk Angle.
Perk Angle, but that's back when they had the 6-sided ring and that shit was wild. You also had like you had some guys from WWE who went to TNA. I remember just before Kurt Angle, I remember like.
Oh yeah, Ultimate Warrior. All you gotta think about it. You on the and Jake the Snake. You gotta think about it. You're on the fucking road 300 days a year, and you're putting
constantly
your body,
pain.
and you really don't get you don't really get good sleep because you're traveling all the fucking time.
What was it?
Liquor.
Oh, Mean Gene was a heavy drinker. He was he was a heavy drinker. Who else was a drinker? Undertaker, Godfather. They always had to have a bottle of Jack Daniel.
Shit,
a
even
bad-
Stone Cold Steve Austin admit he did cocaine.
Yeah, in his day. Even though like they said he was a beer, he was like he's a beer drinker more. He'll drink. He'll prefer to drink.
And Undertaker was on them pills too.
Was he?
Yeah.
Pain medication
George Diamo still was just old.
and hairy.
Yeah.
Hair suit than a motherfucker.
No,
He was also
Taker
a high
did-
school.
No, Taker used to pop pills. All of them.
I shouldn't be surprised.
You got to think about how many injuries did Undertaker have and where he wrestled hurt. That motherfucker was taking pain pills and all that shit.
Shoulder. He had an injured shoulder. He was down. Knee.
Why do you think the WWE now have a lenient travel schedule and all that? And now they giving motherfuckers holidays off before.
Concussions.
Yeah.
Especially after the Chris Benoit thing and Chris Nowitzki talked about concussions, CTE.
Luger, he killed Miss Elizabeth.
No, Miss Elizabeth took some. She did it herself actually, because remember, she took a large amount of painkillers and downed it with vodka. The
Yeah,
amount she took was too much for somebody her size.
Look, there were two druggies.
Yeah, they were drugged out, and he was married at the time.
Yeah.
His time in prison helped him turn his life around. He found God as well. Sting, I guess he had some issues, but he turned to religion. Shawn Michaels was on painkillers after his back injury in '98.
Shawn Michaels admit. What was Jake the Snake's wife?
Cheryl.
Yeah, Cheryl. Yeah.
Oh man, I remember there's a story like when Jake was the first time Jake went sober. And there were some guys who were asking, "Come on, Jake, why don't you come drink
Ricky
with
the
us?"
Dragon Steamboat was on steroids.
Oh, number of guys on steroids.
If you had a body, you was on steroids.
The Powers of Pain, they were wild with that.
China, she was fucked up too.
Yeah, she had some personal issues as well. Personal demons. X-Pac had some issues with substance abuse.
Well, the whole clique except for Triple H Triple H was on steroids, but the rest of the clique was popping pills like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And they all admitted to it. So
Billy Gunn will tell you one story. He'll tell you one thing.
Wait, I thought Elizabeth was with Macho Man, but they got divorced.
Mm-hmm.
After when they were both in WCW, they were already divorced from each other.
They had been divorced long before. They were married like in '91, but by '93, '94, they were already divorced.
Yeah.
It was like 2 years. The thing is like, what was I gonna say? Triple H with the steroids, and that's the result in him getting he had to undergo heart surgery because of it. But Billy Gunn from that group, from the DX, he when he did an interview with Chris Millan, he says like when it comes to his life, he doesn't remember anything. He doesn't remember his birthday. He doesn't remember his wedding anniversary. There's only one date he remembers. Only one particular date that's important to him.
Wait, yeah, Lex Luger was fucking Miss Elizabeth.
Yeah. But to finish my story,
Lex Luger was probably snorting coke from Elizabeth Fast Cheeks. I'm just only imagine.
What? But she was. But her. She didn't have those tight cheeks. This is a white one we're talking about.
Sid, steroids. Mick Foley was on Twinkies.
Twinkies, cotton candy. Wait a minute, wait. Twinkies, ho-hos, ding-dongs. When his wife told him to give it up, that's when the company went bankrupt.
Razor remote, yeah, everything under the sun.
Oh, man, he in WCW, Kevin Nash said, "Here's two words that Scott Hall hates to hear, and those are last call." But man, everybody had
Yeah.
their vice. CM Punk, he's straight edge. Jeff Hardy, he's had his
Brooklyn
issues with
Brawler.
drug.
Brooklyn
Yeah.
Brawler. He was taking Pat Patterson's penis in his mouth. Hello?
Umaga was on performance enhancers, and that led to his heart attack and death.
Yokozuna food.
600 pounds. He had to sleep sitting up because of sleep apnea. Who else? Haku, he was okay. You just didn't want to get him angry because when he got drunk,
You don't get drunk, yeah.
I mean, he was like,
Coco. Yeah, the Coco. See, he was a drug head too.
Coco Beware, yeah.
Yeah,
And he's still alive right now. He's all right now. He's looking good.
Coco used to be on that Coco.
Jefferson, Tennessee, that's where he's from, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr.
PYT,
Fuji.
Pretty Young Things. That was the tag team down in Memphis. Wait,
PYT.
the Great Muta is my favorite wrestler of all time. I wished he had a run in the WWE.
But he had a better chance. But it wasn't probably going to work out
Him
and whatnot.
And oh my God,
He had double knee surgery.
what was his name?
Describe him to me.
The Orange Crush, Japanese wrestler. I met him at a wrestling convention in New York City. Wait, Orange Crush.
I remember Jushin Thunderliger.
Japanese wrestler.
When it came to international stars coming into the U.S., many came from Japan, but you also had some from Mexico. WCW knew how to work those guys. The problem was like they kept them relegated to the cruiserweight instead of letting them go up.
Kenta Kobashi.
Oh, Kenta Kobashi. Okay.
The Rock, still on steroids. Great Khali, he's all fucked up. Remind me of Storm. Wait, let me let me see. Hold on. Put Kenta Kobashi. Kobashi.
Was he in New Japan or All Japan?
All Japan. Wait, Kenta Kobashi.
Yeah.
When wrestling was real.
And of course in Japan you got you got some big promotions. All Japan, New Japan, Pro Wrestling Noah. You got Dragon Gate. In Mexico, there's CMLL, and AAA just got purchased by WWE, as well as a working relationship with TNA.
Fair use, fair use.
Man, in Japan, they could really lay it in. Oh man, look at Kobe, like Giant Baba.
Oh
Man,
shit,
take his
my boy
body.
Muhammad up here. What's up, Muhammad?
Who?
My boy Muhammad.
Martin Muhammad?
Nah, that's my video game partner.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. Green Leaf 78. Oh, he's 78, baby. Okay. Brutus
Brutus
BK.
Beefcake.
Oh,
Oh,
Greg Hammer. Greg the Hammer Valentine.
Beefcake was he was addicted to Hulk Hogan's semen.
According to Linda Hogan.
What's up? What's up, Muhammad?
Mo. Oh man. One of the things. Big shout out to Black Guru, by the way. I know he's in his 60s
Eddie
and
Murphy,
everything.
New York transsexuals. The Killer Bees, they were just stuck in mid card. They couldn't go nowhere.
The Rougeos.
Earthquake,
I don't know.
just fat.
He died of he died of bladder or testicular cancer back in
Who?
2000s. Earthquake,
Kidney cancer.
kidney cancer. John Tenta. He was a former sumo
Sumo
wrestler.
and football for LSU.
Yeah, but he was forced into retirement because he had a tattoo on his shoulder, which is a big no-no in Japan. But you know, sumo.
Did
He
you
was
know, animal, steroids, Hawk, every drug under the sun.
Oh, Hawk was a party animal. You know, he got his
Eddie
life
Guerrero.
together. Eddie
Yeah,
Guerrero.
all drugs.
Eddie, it was pills and whatnot. There was a time where
he was on pills and heroin.
At one point, he was like, because remember, he lost his buddy Art Bart to Medikit to, like, you know, overdose. And
Wait, yeah, you didn't know about Eddie Murphy with the transsexuals? Detroit? You didn't know about that?
That was in New York. No, that was in LA. That was in LA.
Nah, New York.
Was that in New York?
Yeah, with the trannies. He was into the Transformers, the Decepticons.
You
Yeah.
know what the irony is? We talk about trans everything. His late father was a transit cop in New York, Charles Edward Murphy.
Yeah.
One was a transit cop, the other was into trans chicks. Okay, the irony right there. And Charlie was the wild one. And Charlie was the crazy one, you know. Charlie was just.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Charlie was a bad motherfucker.
I'm surprised they didn't do a Chappelle skit on Eddie.
Oh no, I think Eddie would have said, not happening.
See, look. Eddie got caught in a car in New York with a transformer. See?
I remember he got caught with a transformer. I thought it was in LA though, not in New York.
New York.
Okay. Try to explain that to Nicole Murphy. He was married to Nicole Murphy.
Bam Bam Bigelow, good man. One of my
died in 06.
One of the guys I know that was a truck driver when I was working for a different supermarket chain. His cousin was Bam Bam Bigelow. He had went into a burning building and saved some children.
Yeah.
Like
he was from Asbury Park.
Yeah, Eddie Guerrero was like, you know, addicted to heroin, alcohol, all that shit. But he got clean. He cleaned himself out. That's why
Yeah.
he got suspended from WWE.
A couple times, yeah.
And Lord Steven Regal.
Oh, he was on painkillers and everything at the time. He got sober eventually.
Bam Bam Bigelow was a good dude.
Yeah. Asbury Park's own. Canyon.
Rick Steiner.
Rick
Yeah,
Steiner.
boosted up.
Yeah.
Steroids.
Yeah. Scott Steiner. Oof. Scott Steiner even more so. What's his name? Chris Canyon.
Luna.
Bipolar and such.
Yep.
He was bipolar and he was in the closet at the time. He wouldn't. You know.
Who?
Chris Canyon. He was gay.
Oh yeah.
He was in the closet. He was in the closet about it. He never came out about it, especially at the time. He was not comfortable to come out, and then he just, because of his bipolar, he took it. He self-deleted.
Michigan. Yep.
Yeah, they went to Michigan.
Yeah.
X-Pac, he had drug addictions as well. Even though when he went to Mexico,
Dink and
he was
Doink. Well, Doink was
Doink.
on drugs. The
Drug-
original Doink.
The original Doink. Dink was just
Alcohol.
Speaking of alcohol and the little guys, Vern Troyer died of an alcohol overdose. Considering how much he drank, it was like too much for a guy his size.
Bushwhackers.
One's
They
alive,
licked
the
each
other,
other.
huh?
Bushwhackers was good when they was the sheep herders back in the
Mhm.
80s.
But
Violent as hell.
yeah, but they made more money in WWE.
Oh yeah, because all of them made more money. That's why if you ever watch the shoot interviews,
Mm-hmm.
all of them were pissed off because you could be a mid-carder, but you made a ton of money off of merchandise.
Yeah,
With the wrestling dolls,
action figures,
the ice cream bars, the video games.
posters.
Everybody
Yeah.
was making a ton of money off of merchandise
Mm-hmm.
because that's what Vince McMahon was revolutionary with the advertisement and
Mhm.
the merch. And when people were getting fired, that's what they were bitter about because they was
Uh-huh.
losing those checks.
Royalty checks and everything. Yeah,
Yeah, X-Pac.
X-Pac. It was like because I remember he talked about when he went to Mexico.
Who's Wee
They-
Man? Comma.
That's the Godfather.
Yeah.
Because he was known as Kama, the Supreme
Comma,
Fighting
the
Machine,
ultimate
Kama,
fighting machine. Yeah.
the Supreme Fighting Machine, and then later Kama Mustafa when he joined the Nation.
The Godfather.
Yeah, Godfather. Oh, that dude could drink. He's a cigar aficionado. He runs a couple of gentlemen's clubs in Vegas. And that dude, man, that dude can dress. That dude had a good style, especially with the hats and everything.
Zeus.
Zeus, he stayed out of trouble for the most part, growing up in South Central. Like he became a born again Christian. Who else was
Did he ever get his eye fixed?
No.
Oh.
But in LA, he went, I think
Oh,
it was in
Wee
LA.
Man.
He was like he was going to the same church as Chris Rock. No, Chris Tucker, excuse me. But who else was also at issue?
Yeah, Papa Shango.
Papa Shango, yeah. That's all the same man, but who else had issues? Kevin Nash, he had multiple knee injuries. He had to get that fixed.
I gotta look. I gotta go on my hard drive. I got pit. What is Muhammad still here? Muhammad,
still
are
there.
you still here, Muhammad? Because we got the picture with Bushwhacker Luke and Honky Tonk Man.
Yeah.
Um,
Honky didn't have any vices, did he?
I think Muhammad got that picture with Dusty Rhodes, or do you get the
Okay.
autograph? Did you get the autograph for the picture with Dusty Rhodes?
Mm. I don't remember the Honky Tonk Man on any substances, although I could be wrong. Who else?
Sabu recently died.
Yeah, God
Rest in peace. Oh, both? Okay. I had got a picture. Let me see. It was with Rude. What was the Rude from TNA? Bobby Roode.
Bobby Roode, yeah.
Uh,
He ended with spinal fusion surgery a while back. Of course, you got the Cowboy. James Storm is still around.
I met George the Animal Still. Muhammad. Remember when I got all those wrestling belts? The girl that used to sell them to me, she lived in Newark, and he was over her house because we all worked for the same company. We used, supermarket.
Oh, okay.
Bubba Ray Devon, yeah.
Don't forget Spike. And that dude took a lot of crazy bumps
Yeah, Mayor Kane.
of Knox County.
Yo, hey Muhammad. Oh man, wait. Are you getting dressed now? Getting ready for work?
What time do you got to get in for work? Louis?
Huh?
What time do you have to be home?
I don't go into work till 2 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to shut down in 19 minutes. Oh God. Yeah, I'm getting ready. Oh, you got all those Wrestle Kingdom games still? Yeah, I believe it. Kane would do that.
Kane would do what? Yeah, yeah. George Steele was a high school teacher.
And
Like
George
Tito
Steele,
Santana.
and he used to snitch on the other wrestlers. He was a snitch. He was hated by everybody.
Was he a stooge for the boss? That's what they
Yeah.
call him? They say Hogan was a stooge for Vince, which is unsurprising. Wait, have you seen
Yeah, he was doing that to keep his spot.
Mhm.
Good
Roddy
business.
Piper was a
He-
motherfucker.
He was on coke.
Oh, Piper? Drinking, coke, whatever. Flair was Flair's alive, still drinking. If not, he was a functioning alcoholic apparently. But who else am I? Who am I
Yeah,
missing?
Cena's a snitch. Yep.
Cena's
To keep his spot. That's shrewd businessman.
shrewd.
Look, Cena broke Hulk Hogan's record and making money off of merch.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much money he made off those fucking sprinter belts?
Ridiculous. Not to mention, he was like the most requested Make-A-Wish.
Yep.
Who else? Who am I missing? Who am I not thinking about? Oh, Mark Henry. You know what his vice is?
Strippers.
Yeah. In fact, I remember it was like him and Stone Cold. They were like talking about because like Mark would say, like, I don't drink no alcohol, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, I'll smoke
Vocal.
cigars on occasion with the boys. They said, so what helped you maintain while on the road? Strip clubs.
I had the Nikolai Volkov doll.
Uh-huh. Was he singing that was the Soviet national anthem?
Mm-hmm. Cena just snitched. Back in the 2012 on Backstage. Okay.
There was no NXT back then in 2012. Was there?
That was OVW.
Yeah. No. No, that was Florida Championship Wrestling, actually. Because they parted
But
with
Cena came out of OVW.
yeah, and that was in the early 2000s, but this time 2012.
Yeah, I had my first ones was the Hulk Hogan with Hillbilly Jim because they had the tag team belts. And my favorite
Okay.
tag team at the time was Beefcake and Greg Valentine.
The Dream Team.
So my mother bought me Valentine and Beefcake, and I took the belts and put them on them. They had
Okay.
the brown tag team belts, and it looked nothing like the WWE tag team belts, which was funny.
Yeah. You know, one team I remember was in the
Yeah.
80s. There were two tag teams I remember in the 80s.
COVID killed him.
Complications from COVID.
Saturday morning cartoon.
All right. Actually, there was NXT, and yeah, but that was a show. That was a different show. That was but not like what it is now. It was a different format.
Hey, Muhammad.
developments.
Wait. Muhammad, are you here?
Yeah.
Are you here, Muhammad?
Give him a minute.
Yeah, he gotta get ready. He gotta get ready for Massa before he get whipped. Hey,
Wait, what time is it?
we should do a stream on the 80s. The 80s was
What-
the best time to be alive.
Hey, not without Charles. Definitely not without Charles. Wait, is Mo a practicing Muslim?
Charles is a millennial. He's not a Gen Xer.
I'm a millennial. Charles and I are like 82, both 82 babies.
Well, y'all honorary Gen X.
Yeah, we're called Zillennials.
Yeah.
Late 70s, early 80s, we're all Zennials. We're that crossover between the two generations. Because we have both Gen X and millennial tendencies.
Your parents were crackheads too. Yeah. Stone Cold.
Wait, Mo, you're practicing?
And cocaine.
Yeah. Oh, back in his early days, I'm sure of it. 78, all right. I was born in 82.
All right, let me ask you this. Did you have a big wheel?
Me?
Yes, do you have a big wheel?
Back then, I don't know. I didn't have a big wheel.
Then your childhood sucked.
One of my cousins had a big wheel, and they put us on. We were riding that. We were acting the fool.
Did you have a metal lunchbox?
Yeah, we had metal lunch boxes. And then we transitioned to early had metal lunch boxes. I remember.
Knight Rider. Oh,
Knight Rider. I once had the one of Dukes of Hazzard.
I had an Incredible Hulk big wheel with a box with a button, and you press the button. And my friend had a Spider-Man big wheel.
Okay.
Yes, where you pull the lever.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Muhammad. Oh man, I should have you get on here and show your original Voltron. Did you have Voltron, Namer?
No, not Voltron. I don't think I had.
Then
I remember watching Voltron as a kid though, because I remember I was in Because remember, I was in the Middle East.
Then your childhood sucked. Wait a minute. I had a Fraggle Rock lunchbox.
I had a Fraggle Rock doll.
I had a Fraggle Rock lunchbox.
Okay. Speak and Spell. I think I might have had that one as well. Maybe. I don't remember. Do you remember?
You ever play Simon Says?
Oh, Simon Says, Red Light, Green Light, Tag. Riding riding bicycles, riding their bikes anywhere.
You ever play Catch a Girl, Get a Girl?
No, I don't think so. Not where I was.
You ever play Manhunt?
Marco Polo, but not Manhunt. Oh, TV wise, especially educational TV.
Oh,
You
1-800. Let's see, Electric Factory, Sesame
Electric Company.
Street.
Electric
Yeah,
Company.
Electric
There was
Company.
Square One TV. You remember that?
Yes, I
How about-
made belts out of a cardboard box, and
Yeah.
I had the metal part with aluminum foil with a marker. Wrote
Oh, I
champion
remember
on it.
that. But I remember
3-2-1 contact.
3-2-1 contract. I mentioned that. Square One TV. Those
Wait,
were
Morgan
dope.
Freeman was on Electric Factory, Electric
Electric Company.
Bloodhound Gang. Yeah.
Bill Cosby was on the original. Was on the first season of Electric Company. Special Delivery. Cartoons from the 80s. Those were dope.
Yo, don't run nobody over, Muhammad.
You got to go to the mosque.
No.
Okay. You gotta go to work. Yeah, because you got what's it called? Maghrib prayer. We got no, not Maghrib. Fajr prayers. That's just like 3, 4 in the morning before the sunrise. Pinwheel and Nickelodeon. Danger Mouse, the original Danger Mouse. I remember that one.
Sailor Moon.
Yeah, I think so. I remember Voltron, but I also remember was it Astro Boy.
Silverhawks.
Silverhawks was my shit. I also remember a French one called Mask. That was dope. Centurions.
Gargoyles. 18,
Gargoyles,
Knight Rider,
18,
Airwolf.
never. Airwolf. Oh, Airwolf. I remember. I still remember
MacGyver.
the intro. MacGyver was a dope show. Mission Impossible. I remember the show.
Maya the Bee. What? David and Goliath.
David and Goliath, maybe? No, not David and Goliath. I do remember watching the Smurfs as a kid. Also remember being exposed to Japan anime. Like there was a soccer one called Captain Tsubasa. I remember.
Wait a minute,
Treasure Island.
Hold up. Wait. Oh. Okay.
What is that? Akira. Oh, heard about this series.
Wait. Oh.
Ghost in the
Ghost
Shell.
in the Shell.
I've seen the movie. I've seen the movie with Scarlett Johansson. I want to say something derogatory because she's part Danish, but I shouldn't.
Damn, y'all childhood is different than mine's.
Yeah. Wait, Detroit was born in the early 90s.
Look, if you was the 80s, you had the greatest childhood.
I will say this.
Look, Gen Xers were the reason why on your fences they got the plastic coating. we're the reason why kids now have that cushy bottom and playgrounds. We used to be on the merry-go-round and we'd spin each other around and fly off and break bones and split our heads open.
Yeah. We had those metal slides.
Yeah. That's rusty. You had to get a tetanus shot.
They'd be hot to step on to ride up.
Oh yeah, and the
We were
monkey
crazy enough
bars.
to, you know,
Look,
me and
you
my,
get fucked up on the monkey bars and the
oh,
swings. You be going around like trying to do some crazy shit and fuck your body up.
the
See
jungle
how?
in the little jungle gym. You get you get caught up in there, getting and found yourself
Yeah,
hanging upside down.
yeah.
The monkey bars.
Oh
I was
yeah, TV at night. It ended at 1 in the morning. Some places were 12. They'd do the American
with the Star
flag.
Spangled Banner. Yeah.
Yeah, and
In
then
my
you
case,
see
it was
snow.
that and the Italian one. Or if you were watching state run
And then
TV, it was like,
and it came back on at 5 in the morning.
oh, ate during Elmer's glue. In my case, it was just sand. Everybody get the knee scraped.
Oh yeah.
What was it? What am I thinking?
You'll watch
actually, we didn't.
look on Sundays. You'll watch the kung fu movie theater, and then you go outside and practice the martial arts with your friends. And who had the karate shoes? You never had the karate shoes?
That's the kung fu shoes, you mean? I don't think.
Yeah.
No.
You didn't
No.
have the karate shoes?
No. But in our case, you know,
Did you ever make some handmade nunchucks and fuck somebody up?
no, we never did that. No. But what we did do was like I remember we had plastic nunchucks at one time, and we were fucking somebody up with it one time. Or
You make ninja stars out of paper?
no, but I remember for Halloween we were dressed as ninjas. That was a pretty common costume. And I found the ninja set, and I had like ninja weapon set for
Well,
it.
look, back in the day, like Matchbox and Hot Wheels was made out of real metal. The original Voltron toy was made out of metal, die-cast
wheelies.
metal. Me and my boy Muhammad was talking on the phone a couple of days ago where the original WWE rubber doll, you could fuck somebody up with it. You could even destroy that doll. You could burn it, stab it, and it was indestructible. Toys were indestructible back in the day.
I remember.
Yeah, pre-memory card days. Yeah. Either you beat the game or you didn't. There was no save data. You die, you start all over.
That was on the NES and Sega Master System, and then later with the Super NES and
Because really back then,
Genesis.
the only game that first came out that your save data was the Legend of Zelda because it had a battery in it.
And then they started adding it into the other game. Other
Yeah,
games.
it had a rebar. You're absolutely right. Me and Muhammad was talking about that.
Yeah. I remember when we moved back to Eritrea, and we had a Super NES at the time. My dad made sure that, like, you know, instead of always have the blow into the cartridge, which could actually
Wait,
damage
remember
it.
Cabbage Patch Kids where people had riots over the Cabbage Patch doll?
I remember the Cabbage Patch dolls and everything, but never held one.
You had the Garbage Pail Kids trading cards?
Nah.
You never saw Garbage Pail Kids?
I think I did. I remember might have seen this. I remember seeing the animated series about it. Yeah.
No, they had trading cards. They tried to ban Garbage Pail Kids because it was so disgusting. Like, you know, and today, I mean, for that time.
Yeah. Ren and Stimpy, I remember that series, and you had to be some kind of psychotic to understand it, which was perfect for me.
And people they were going crazy over Talking Elmo doll.
Tickle Me Elmo dolls.
Yeah, Tickle Me Elmo. Yeah.
My little brother, my youngest brother, actually. My little brother, he was a big Elmo fan. And sometimes, like, and my dad, you know.
Elmo was a legal immigrant. I was just joking. All right.
No. My dad, he just referred to his kids as little monsters because we grew up watching, Sesame Street or whatnot. But in my case, because we grew up in the Middle East, we also watched another show. It was a Kuwaiti version of Sesame Street called Iftah Ya Simpson, which means in Arabic "Open Sesame." And I remember watching like Bert and Ernie in Arabic.
I remember that too, Detro.
My buddy and kid sister dogs. All right.
Hey, you ever had a triple fat goose, Detro? 8-ball jacket, sheepskin, Sherilyn.
Don't get me started about the 8-ball jacket. I still remember what happened in 2016.
Goose leather V. The stiff Levi denim jeans. The Lee jeans with the pinstripes.
I
Pro
remember.
pants, British Nike sneakers, Troops.
Oh, LA Gear,
Chicago
British Night
Bears.
sneakers. I remember those. Shit, I remember when Hammer got those, was doing all those British Night commercials.
I had a two-tone triple fat goose. I
Mhm.
had a red triple fat goose trench coat. I had a reversible triple fat goose,
All right.
and I had the Nautica jackets that were reversible
Oh, Nautica. Okay.
back in the
Hey,
day.
you
when
remember
Nautica-
starter? You remember all the starter caps and
I had two starter jackets. I had a UNLV
mhm.
and I had a Miami Hurricanes one. I got robbed.
Oh,
I got robbed from my Miami Hurricanes.
shit. Could have been worse if it was Georgetown
Oh, Georgetown. Oh well.
or North
Well,
Carolina.
see,
Or if you had a North Carolina
look,
one.
Georgetown, UNLV, and Miami
Mhm.
were the black schools like that in the hood we supported.
Mhm.
UNLV was the first one, like that starting five with Larry Johnson and Greg Anthony and Anthony
Yeah.
Hunt, Ackles and all of them. And
Grandma.
Miami football, the U, and
Oh,
Georgetown because of Coach Thompson with all the
Georgetown. You
legends.
had all kinds of guys come out of that. You had Patrick Ewing. You had Allen
Allen
Iverson,
Iverson,
Alonzo Mourning,
Warren, Dikembe Mutombo,
Mutombo.
may he rest in peace.
Yeah, he was multilingual. Dikembe.
And he did a lot for his country.
Oh yeah, he was a lot for his country, and he was like big about NBA Africa. He was big on bringing a lot of. He was big on. He was like an ambassador for the NBA regarding basketball relationships with African countries.
Oh, it's 5:02. Oh man, about to take it down. Yo, Namer,
Yeah,
thanks a lot for being up here.
and appreciate. Hey, thank you for having me, man. As
yeah,
long as we had a
and-
good few laughs.
yeah, and everybody in the chat, thank you for listening to me
Mhm.
talk about a whole lot of nothing. You know what? I'm gonna, yo, Detro. I don't know if you down, but I'm gonna hook like my boy, Muhammad up. We could either, well, I want to do a video game show, like with the gaming shit,
Mhm.
with the current events. I know, he'll be down for that, but we just gotta coordinate, cause I work at night.
Coordinate.
Cause probably on my day off, we could probably get it our early one in.
Mhm.
But with that being said, thank you for watching. Like I said, running my mouth about a whole lot of
Yeah.
nothing.
Yep.
Um,
But before we go,
yo,
I just gotta want you one thing.
what?
Regarding the patron saints of GBs and DPs, Saint
Yeah.
Cassie.
Oh yeah.
Her
You want to see that
gospel.
again?
Yeah, her gospel hymns are "Nasty Girl" by Destiny's Child, and whether I like it or not, Super Freak by Rick James. Those are gospel hymns now because of her.
Oh well, she loves Lemonade too. Yeah, Lemonade and Backshots.
There's a few songs by Prince I can mention, but this ain't but it's too little too
Look at
late.
that. Look at Cassie.
Cassie mentioned.
Yeah, the
All we need now is LL Cool J looking at her and saying, "He is she."
yeah, she's getting digged down by the Punisher. Did you see that?
I haven't seen.
No,
Roger was talking about that earlier. I'm gonna check that email out. I'm like,
yeah, the
the
Punisher. Oh no,
Punisher. You get a name like the Punisher. You better be.
yo, y'all gotta listen to the Roger Report. Like yo, but I had the thing where they had all the male escorts that dicked her down. Oh
She's also the patron saint of the bukkake.
yeah,
But that's
well,
another discussion.
but drinking lemonade. But yo,
All right.
I am out.
Peace.